All right, we are live with the first Arcadia Roundtable for some time, and I'm hearing music that I shouldn't be able to hear, so I'm going to fix that before I hear myself. A little bit of a feedback loop. Evening, everybody. This is the Arcadia Roundtable. Morning, if you're over where Karak lives there. We've got a special one. You got me, you got Karak. We were going to have Luke. Unfortunately, Luke's had an emergency trip to hospital with a swollen face, but just the two of us, we can both talk for England, right? We both do our solo shows where we talk for 2 or 3 hours on our own. So I'm sure it's going to be an easy conversation. It's always an easy conversation when I sit down with Karak. Karak, how are you?
I'm doing good. Thank you very much for inviting me. Weirdly enough, it's the first one I've done in ages as well. Going on somebody else's. I just always refuse, but I can't refuse you, man. I can't quit you.
I've got them eyes.
I don't know what it is.
Yeah, no, I know. Everyone's the same. Anybody that I ask, I just don't ask anybody else. So.
yeah. Okay. Every couple months, just restart it and be like, and Karak will be back, and you find out it's just you and I continually repeating it. But no, I appreciate it, man. It's gonna be fun talking about some games.
We are, and that is usually how we start, right? We just talk about. It's my favorite part of the podcast. Is the reason that I do this. We get into the games that we've been playing, and we talk about them, have a little back and forth, because there's so much that just unfolds, whether it's a game we've both played and we can go back and forth, or whether it's asking some questions. I love that stuff. That's what it's all about. But before we do, I'm assuming everybody knows who you are, because you're a big time celebrity with a massive YouTube channel and like king of the reviews and stuff, only contended with your own AI copies that are springing up all over the place.
Wow, dude, you're starting with the hard-hitting journalism right now. I feel like I'm on CNN right now. Damn. Yeah, that is true. That is true, man.
It is true. And we're going to talk a little bit about your experiences with YouTube and social media and all the rest of it. But I want to give a little introduction to you. For all the people here, I want you to tell, where shall we start? So obviously you do reviews. You run Angry Centaur Gaming. ACG is how people know you. You go by Karak. Mm-hmm. Your name's Jeremy. Let's start with that. That's a nice opening point for getting to know you. So where does the name ACG come from, and where does the name Karak come from? What's the overlap? What's going on?
Angry Centaur Gaming was my roommate who was from South America. He couldn't speak English very well, and he's just a great guy. We'd always joke around. One day I was really mad and I was kicking stuff around in a bedroom, and I was trying to clean it, and he's like, "You're like an angry 4-legged horse thing." And I was like, "Do you mean an angry centaur?" And he said, "Yeah." So I used it as a username. And then when I started the channel was not to do reviews. It wasn't like set up. It wasn't a gaming channel. It was just, it was just sort of like, hey, let's put some stuff together and see what happens. And so I just said Angry Centaur Gaming, and then that stuck. And then after a while, I was like, I'm not a horse. I mean, you could say I am.
Not even half.
But it's like,
are you sure?
Not even half.
You can't see that half, you could be.
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
Let's pretend.
And so I just was like, I'll just acronym it. And I did. And originally we were going to go like always caffeinated because how fast I talk and how obviously much I talk. So it was like, oh, it could be that. And then I was just like, you know what? Why even name it anything? Why even like mean anything? It's just ACG. It works quite well. And so that's the switch. Karak is just another username. It's a D&D username. It means eternal in Warhammer. And it was just like one of my friends said that I hate forever. And he happened to be a real big nerd. And he said Karak. And I was like, I sort of dig that name. I didn't realize real, like normal people have the name. So about a week after we were joking around and gave me that username, I go to work and we hire a guy. And I'm like, hey man, my name's Jeremy. What's your name? And he's like, Karak. And I thought he was screwing with me. I was like, what is your name? And he's like, Karak. Showed me like that it was his name. I just never seen that before. It's obvious. I'm sure people watching will be like, yeah, I've met somebody like I just didn't know. Never. But yeah, so there's been all these terms. And then I have like 16 usernames behind the scenes on emails. And I've got one that is crazy. I'm not even going to try to pronounce it for people. It's a name of character in an old D&D game. And I just had a PR lady a couple days ago DM me, and she's like, I've worked with you for 8 years, and I don't understand. Like, what am I supposed to call you? And I'm like, well, you can call me Jeremy or ACG. And she's like, what is this then? And I didn't realize at the very bottom of all my emails, it was appending. Like it was putting that username on there as well. So now there's a bunch of people who think I'm this super long elven sounding name, but I'm a nerd, man. That's how it all started. Just like back in the day when people didn't think things through, when you made a channel. Like now everything's so, dude, I've seen YouTube channels start up day one with a Patreon or something like, and I'm all, well, how do you even show people all this stuff? When we started, it was just fly by night. You were like, all right, I want to upload some stuff. And so you just named it. I do like that YouTube lets us name the channel now, rename them. I think that's very cool.
I've definitely used it.
That.
Yeah.
What is it? I used it once. I think you can do it like what? Once every six months
or 6 weeks?
Year,
6 months. It's more than once a year. I know it's more than once a year. I reckon every 6 months. So yeah, if you wanted a rebrand,
yeah, because every 6 weeks would be hilarious.
No one will ever know who you are. You can mimic all your AIs and see if they can keep up.
Do you know what I'd do? I would name the channel after the big game coming out every 6 weeks.
See, SEO, this is it. This is different. This is I'm going to be a Dungeons and Dragons character. No, now you're like, oh, I'm gonna game the system. Yeah. I'm going to do everything. The best gaming podcast.
Yep.
Naming after the latest game. Follow the news cycles. Become expert.
Yep.
How did that journey come about?
Which one? The best gaming podcast?
No, the whole thing to become. Like, I'm just going to have a YouTube channel. I'm an Angry Centaur. It's going to be hilarious. To what you are now.
I started a channel prior, and I was doing Arma, the video game. I had done modding, I'd done voice work in games, done a bunch of programming. So people were having trouble with the Arma video game editor. So I was doing video game edits. I was showing people how to like sort of make the moments in their mod appear more lively than the system would normally allow. There were little tricks. So I kept showing people that, and then I don't even remember how it happened. I think in all honesty, it was probably just friends. One day at work, I realized everybody was asking me what I thought of a game, and it's because I was buying a lot. And I was like, oh, well, shit, I could probably review games. And I didn't like any of the review scores. In my life, I have never, ever, ever talked to a friend and said this game is an 8. Because my friends would immediately go, 1 out of 100? What does that number mean? And so, but I did say it's worth buying right now, or it's worth holding off, or it's worth waiting for a sale, or I would never touch this. So I was like, okay, well, that'll be the rating system. And then I spent about a week writing up documentation because that was my old job. So I wrote up documentation on what I wanted to do as a channel and what I hated about gaming as a whole when it came to coverage. And the first thing was like trips, paid for stuff. So I just wrote up this thing. I was like, I'm not going to take sponsorships. I'm not going to go on trips. I'm not going to, unless I pay for it, that kind of stuff. And then weirdly enough, as it just had started to become popular, I got laid off. I was the last round of layoffs at my job. And I got laid off, and I had some money in the retirement, and I just came home and I told the wife, I was like, well, I've been laid off. You know, if I take some of this money out, would you like be cool if I sort of saw if this could go somewhere? Because I had already had some PR people that I knew and developers that I knew from prior work. And then for whatever reason, even with like 200 subscribers, I would have developers who would post, whether it be Armor or whatever. I remember one time I didn't like a game and I was just talking about it in a random sit down. And there was a developer who was like, dude, he's like, I don't know what you're doing. Like, cause I wasn't reviewing at the time. He's like, I don't know what you're doing, but like, I really appreciate you actually knowing the facets you're talking about. And I was like, well, man, maybe I'll just do that. And so, yeah, became a reviewer, and it's been awesome, man. I mean, it's had its issues. It's had its hardships. I will tell you, it is weird. I've worked green chain, which is considered one of the hardest jobs in the world. It's a mill job. Mm-hmm. I've logged, taught martial arts, not super hard physically, but not. Worked security, worked emergency services, hauled steel. And I honestly believe sometimes I'm more tired after YouTube. Physically. Like even 10 years ago when I started, I remember there were times where I was like, damn, you know, because your brain's using what, 30% of your calories? You know, it's like, I guess that must be it. Because, dude, there'll be times where I'll get done breaking down a game or whatever, and I'll just be like, oh my God, this is way worse than, let's say, working at a mill. I don't know. Maybe it's the physical stuff is easy because it becomes like 1, 2, 3. With games, nothing is ever 1, 2, 3. It's all over the place.
I don't know if I feel. Maybe I just haven't worked hard enough to feel that sitting in my chair is this physically demanding thing that it is for you. Or maybe you really are a centaur and you're not sitting in a chair. I'm not sure what's going on, but there's a difference there. I get what you're saying, and I find it quite mentally draining. I can tell when I've had a long day of doing something like that, and my mood will be up and down. But I wouldn't say I felt like physically worn.
Well, you know me. I wake up at 3:30 every morning, and I do the workout, and then I teach, and then I start doing the work at YouTube. So it could be that. But honestly, man, I think it's also sitting, which I hate. Because the job prior was supposed to be sitting, and I just made sure I was never sitting. And so if somebody needed me, they would not call. They would just see me on the floor or something like that. And I liked moving around. Not a big fan of this. Like, we're talking to you, obviously. But the sitting thing isn't great for you anyway, obviously. But no, I do mean it. There's something about it that I think it's pretty easy to be confused. I don't wake up and go, man, I'm sore from editing YouTube. Mm-hmm. Like, I'm not talking about that. But mentally, there's definitely been days where you're trying to break down something and make sure that you've covered your bases so somebody knows, like if $60 is, or this game's worth $60 or something like that. I take it pretty seriously, even though I joke around all the time, because I do believe you can joke about what's serious. I know a lot of people don't. They're like, this either needs to be super jokey or super serious. I think it's probably just that. And then trying to make sure that you explain it well. And then I hate editing. Mm-hmm. I hate it. And I do think doing what you hate mentally, imagine, like I explained it to people in my Discord, like imagine you went to school and you have that one class that you had to take, like Spanish or whatever, and you hated it. And you're like, oh man, I'm so happy I don't have to do that anymore. Imagine every single day waking up and being like, I have a Spanish class. Like, and it has to be right for the most part, you know, that kind of stuff.
I know you do all your own editing, but that's a choice, right? Because most channels of your kind of size would just get an editor in and have it done for them, and you wouldn't have to do your Spanish class. Why?
No, that's money. That's money.
Okay, that's a fair answer.
Editors are not cheap. If I was taking sponsorships, I would definitely be able to. But I'm also a control freak in the sense that every review has at least 3 hidden secrets in it. Like, that's always been my thing. So that whether it be a cut or a joke or a certain word that if you look in the background, you'll see a representation of it. That's also why editing is a little harder, because I'm always trying to like fit something in so that a watcher who's watched for a long time. But no, it's money. I mean, dude, I've had Absy, who you've met. Absy's like, dude's one of the greatest guys in the world. And he edited and, spotted me a deal, a fair deal for him, fair deal for me. But, YouTube doesn't necessarily pay a bunch. So it depends on your video length, and I don't care about the length of the videos. So it used to be, I think, 8 minutes allowed you to do middle ads. I was doing like 5 or 6 minutes. And I would even have other reviewers. I think it was Happy Console Gamer was like, dude, what are you doing? Like, you need to do 8.5 minutes or you're not going to make any money. And I'm like, but I don't have 8.5 minutes. Like, there's nothing. What am I going to do? Like, am I just going to pause? So yeah, it's just one of those oddities when it comes to money that you can probably make more having somebody do that 6 or 7 hours. But I also feel like it allows for me to make sure I'm not making a mistake. I'm still going to make them. But I like having my hand on the editing part too, to be like, you know, did I capture the right footage? Am I making sense? Plus there's embargoes. You know how it is.
Mm-hmm.
They'll be like, you can't show anything after 30 minutes. And I got to be honest, we had this recently where supposedly an editor got a hold of some footage and leaked it. I don't want to ever have somebody leak my stuff for a game. So I feel like instead of having 5 people sign an NDA, it's just me. I'm always very big on the responsibility part of like, I'll take it all. We talked about that prior to even going live. It's like, I'd rather just be like, that's mine. And I'll deal with whatever the outrage is. Like Redfall breaking the embargo by 8 hours. That was on me.
Do you, maybe you can't say, do you have any like publishers or, you know, the partners that you work with that you kind of ruined that relationship and it was your fault?
No. So weirdly enough, I would say if that would have happened, it would have been Bethesda because I screwed up the embargo by 8 hours. And it was also the worst game I'd played that year. So it was actually clickbaity title, which I also don't do. And the title was honest. It was the worst game I played that year. And they weren't prepared. I got some feedback from some devs that I talked to on the side who were like, dude, it wasn't just that it was negative. It was that we had some plans in place for when it went live because we know what the scores might be. We know, we hear, you know, you hear things, whatever. I shortchanged that entire thing, right? So it's like preparing to get married. You're stressed about it. And they're like, we moved it up 8 hours. You're getting married right now. And you haven't showered or anything. And you're like, oh, crap. So I really screwed that up. And yeah, we talked about it. And it worked out in the end. And luckily enough, I had somebody super high up at 2 companies, you can guess the 2 companies, who basically sat down and were like, it's never happened before. And if he likes something, he likes something. If he doesn't like something, he doesn't like something. They checked honesty, which they track. They checked one other leak that I didn't remember doing. This is how in-depth they were. They had a leak that I had done that was 2 frames in a video from like 2 years prior that had broken embargo for a unconnected company from Redfall. And I was just sitting there going, now first, you know it. I was like, oh, they all talk. We all know that. But at the same time, I was like, God damn, man, son. I mean, seriously, that was 2 years ago. But I was like, you know what? It's a multi-billion-dollar business. So it's like, it makes sense. They want to make sure you're accurate. No, I haven't had any issues there. It's actually been quite good because in all honesty, the one thing I did here going to GDC or going to E3, the only thing I've ever heard is you really have to watch out if you're dishonest. Like, or if your comparisons were really weird. Like if you were playing Tetris Effect and you're like, this isn't Division, you know, for whatever reason, they'd be like, dude, what? That's not even honest. It doesn't make sense. Like you're not, even if you dislike it. But I would say I get really good feedback on the stuff I dislike. Developers for like a Forza, I had complained about some stuff in one of the Forzas and had multiple developers who were like, can we explain? We don't want to argue the part and don't change anything. But one of the guys working on it was like, can I please explain some of the stuff, why it's done the way it's done? And I was like, I'm not going to change my score. And he's like, I don't want you to because you actually were accurate. It's like, I just sort of want you to know why we chose to do it that way. And I was like, damn, that's pretty cool. So got to sit down and talk to them. But yeah, no, it's been a wild ride. Haven't had any negatives.
And it's really good to hear that developers do care about their work in that way, which you expect and you know from the outside. But when you see the kind of cold corporate world of it all, that can get a little bit lost. Yeah. So for them to care and come back to you is cool. I like so the stuff that you were saying there right at the start when you started talking about why you got into this and what you were looking at in the industry, what you do and what you don't like. There's a real like clear intent to kind of carry yourself with integrity and to do things properly, which is like, it's an impossible line to get perfect, but to actually consciously make an effort means quite a lot. And I know that you do, because I see it time and time again when you're talking about the things that you do and the reasons that you do it. So everybody that's here that isn't already subscribed over to ACG, he's definitely one of the few good ones. Do give him all the attention and pay attention to his stuff. I'm hoping I'm really interested in the content creation side of things, right? Because I dip a toe in it myself when it's interesting to me, but I don't know if it's interesting to everyone. So I'm going to move it along to games. And if people have questions and all of that, stick them in the Q&A box or stick them in the chat, and we'll get to them and loop back to it, because that's cool. But I want to know more about the gaming side of things. So from the top, assuming these people don't know you, what kind of games are you into for your own enjoyment?
Man, so I would say the current simulation market I'm definitely into, like your Power Wash Simulator, I like the my wife's psychologist. So the idea that somebody wants to do something they would never want to do in real life, but they want to spend 8 hours sitting on their ass doing it is awesome to me. I love it. So truck driver simulator, logging simulator.
You pause that and bring your wife in, because I want to know why. Why do you like this? Sure.
Because for the most part, I would say for the most part, people's enjoyment is pretty easily tracked. I like horror. I read horror books. I like this. I do this. But many times people don't branch out. Interactivity within games and immersion within games changes because you change it. We can all play The Witcher. Cutscenes are the same for everybody for the majority of the game. But your interaction with the game means it can feel dramatically different because how the plot is doled out when you hit a certain point. Did you get lost and it took you an extra 2 hours, and because of that, you saw something somebody else didn't? When it comes to these kind of simulation games, they're done quite well. Many of them, Playway is one of the most prolific publishers in the world when it comes to pure titles, and their ratings are, I believe, the last time I did data during our podcast, I believe they're in the 86, 87 percentile. Like their ratings are quite high. And I just love it. I've also loved it because as somebody who's worked on cars all his life, Car Mechanic actually taught one of my friends, like we were playing Car Mechanic, and he in the middle of it, he's like, oh my God, now I understand what a rotor is. I could never figure out, like it didn't make sense as a word for what you're talking. That kind of stuff and the learning and the experience of like doing the minutia and being able to dive into it, especially with the better simulators where they're like, do you want this to be super detailed, somewhat detailed? How do you want to handle it? It's fascinating to me. So I would say those first person shooters, I'm a huge fan of, big fan of like, Doom. Not as much the originals, funny enough. I mean, I liked them, but I was more of a Duke Nukem fan. Power Slave, Heretic, Hexen, Shogo, Mobile Armor Division, pretty old ones. And then I would say that's pretty high. Racing's pretty high. The only genre I would say I do not like, and it's just because of particular parts of it, would be sports. I like them when they show a really fresh change. UFC at one point went from just a fighting game to a fighting/training, scheduling your training as somebody who's a martial artist. It's always fun to have somebody realize you can't just do a spin kick out of the blue. That like it requires Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday training, 2 hours a morning, and being able to set that up in a game was just, I remember being like, finally, NFL added the career modes. They always had a career mode, but they started getting into like almost the WWE character stuff. I sort of like that a little bit. But I would say sports is the one that I need something unique. Blood Bowl, love those games because of D&D and football, which I enjoy. I think that's awesome. I also don't like 2015, 2016 because I'm like, dude, just let me download a new roster. Like, I don't need a whole new engine. Yeah, but D&D and football, one of the first games I ever played when I was a kid was called Cyberball, and it was basically robots and football. And I believe it wasn't even normal sized teams. I think it was 5-on-5. But I remember just being like, dude, this is awesome, the mixture of the two. But that's about it. There's not really a genre that I dislike. I dislike parts of the genre, whether it be microtransactions or something.
Yeah. So I find with the sports games, I enjoy them when they know that they're games. And I enjoy them
that's a smart move.
Much less when they're trying to be a TV presentation of a sport. And I get upset when they refer to themselves as simulations. Because when you play like a FIFA or a Madden and stuff and they call it a simulation, like you're not simulating playing this sport. You're not even trying to. You're simulating watching this sport on TV.
Yeah, even if they add the other stuff, it might be one of the more disconnected simulations of the ultimate thing you're doing. Like, or the other stuff, versus say even a car mechanic where pretty much that is what you're doing. I would say I would agree with you, especially on football, soccer. I would say UFC. I haven't played the last one, so I don't want to like say good or bad, but I would say at times I've felt that the UFC did a somewhat good job. But I also just like punching people in the face. Like, so that might just be a soft spot for me. I sort of dig that. Also, the WWE games have always enticed me, but they have also always disappointed me. They might be one of the most disappointing series of titles in gaming for me because I feel they've never captured I grew up on Fire Pro Wrestling for Sega Saturn. Like it never captures the mastery of wrestling anymore. It's what you said. It's the pageantry, which is great because WWE is pageantry, but whatever it adds on the side, it never feels great. And I swear to God, every single time they're like, let's change the entire way everything works. And at some point I'm like, can you not just fix the collision detection on the engine we've got? Like, why are we switching? Why are we completely changing the buttons? And why are we doing this? And why are we doing that? But yeah, I want to like one. I'm holding out for one of these maybe WWE 2039. I'll like.
And one of the old ones. There's got to be an old one that you got a soft spot for.
Yeah, Fire Pro Wrestling is absolutely my favorite. Yeah, like that one. It was pixels. And I translated the Japanese to English because it was not in English. The entire game was in Japanese. And I think there was over 1,200 pages of text for that game because every single button and every direction could be a different move. And they were all in Japanese. So we had to translate everything. We had to go to the library. We had to get books. We had to talk to friends who knew Japanese and could write it. It was a disaster, but it was awesome at the same time. Man, back when games were like, occasionally you'd get that game where you'd be like, holy crap, this is next level, which little less maybe so than what we have now. Maybe. I don't know.
Maybe, or maybe we're just too old now. Maybe if you're like just getting into it, you still get those moments all the time. Everything's fresh and new.
I mean, I still get them. For sure, because I do love games. But I do think that the technology was on the rise, I guess is what I mean. Mm-hmm. So adding a hard drive to a console was a ridiculous change and a quality of life improvement that cannot be understated. From your little fiddly ass PS2 or whatever they were, your little memory sticks, having a full-on hard drive was like, you putting your music on it, that kind of stuff. I feel like the hardware has sort of become like, which one's better at ray tracing? It's like each time we get a new one, you're all, doesn't have the magic.
It's definitely changed. And there's obviously, there's been various leaks going around about the next consoles and things. And I don't much care for leaks in general, but there's an open question that everyone's got on, like, what is next? If you were to take out the constraints around budget and all the conversation around the price of the consoles and all of the things like that and just dream big, what is the next big innovation? What can we actually get better?
Yeah, man, dude, I don't know. I don't know if you have an answer. So this pops up. We do like a weekly Discord sit down where everybody it's all over the place. And I swear to God, this might be the most discussed question because I have my own desires that just won't make it into a system. Not because of money, but because developers would all need to gravitate towards it. And that would need an engine that is generically available for all of them. But I would say if I had my druthers and I was able to just sort of decide on a console that like would have some like new crazy thing, honestly, I can't think of much because what I want from games either requires a server infrastructure that's unrealistic or can be delivered right now other than the graphics, which I think we all already see the regurgitation of like, here's your new video card, here's your new APU, here's your new blah, blah, blah. Controllers, I don't know about you. I think bumpers and triggers are maybe the worst ever way of inputting like fight moves ever. An analog trigger for an A button is the dumbest. It's one of the worst design decisions I think I've ever been privy to. And when we asked developers, I was like, dude, what are you doing? Like, why the A button is, what are you doing? Like, I don't understand why a long pull trigger for like a kick. What's your thought process? And they're like, it's just because it's somewhat comfortable to not have to pick your pinky up. And I'm like, but my thumb's already resting there. One cool discussion was that if you're taking your thumb away, you might be removing some control. And the double analog stick actually confused a lot of developers where they were like, we now have two. which means you can't, unless you're weird, you got two thumbs, you are technically removing the ability of fidelity, whether it be camera or movement, and to do an attack. Fair. Give me back bumper buttons then. Because which I'm fine with. I have them on all my systems. I'm not a big fan of bumpers and triggers. And I also think they feel terrible. I think I have almost all the systems. I have a ton of third-party controllers, and I can't tell you one that I felt super comfortable where the bumper felt like it was where it should be and the trigger felt where it should be. They were responsive, and they didn't feel like they'd break like some kind of, toy. Mm-hmm. I've never really felt like they were well made. PlayStation's better on the bumpers, though, by a good amount. Xbox bumpers are.
I mean, I hear a lot of people have the official controllers breaking all over the place with the bumpers in particular, don't they? But I've been lucky I've not had that yet. The buttons, like, I'm with you. I played the fighting games with the 6-face buttons, and it's such a simple addition to give me those buttons. But there's a real problem where the manufacturers and platform holders, they want to grow their audience, and it's weird to us, but there's a lot of people that are scared of buttons. So, we lost those buttons because people look at them and go, that's too complicated, I'm going to watch TV. And that's the major problem that's facing, I think, and I've said a few times before, but Microsoft's grand ambitions to grow gaming beyond. When Phil Spencer used to come out a couple of years ago, and he's backed off at this point a fair amount recently, but he used to come out and say there's 2 billion people playing games in the world, and we want to reach all of those with our cloud and Game Pass and all the rest of it. And until they can kind of, like, it doesn't matter that you can deliver cloud into someone's house, tent, wherever it may be, if they're scared of buttons, they're not going to pick them up and play a game. So that's one potential innovation. If anyone can figure out, and I know we had Kinect and all the rest of it as an attempt, but if anyone can figure out a way to overcome that little barrier and get people that don't like holding a controller to engage with interactive entertainment, then maybe they'll start to expand things. But that's not for me, that's for other people. So, I'd like to see...
I think you're right. I just want to point out, I think you're right, because you also have to look at the opposite of this. The dichotomy of all of this is that mobile's bigger, and they use motion, or they use touch, which is horrendous. Or the Xbox and PlayStation have pushing in the thumbstick, which I think is a war crime. Like it's the worst control scheme I've ever seen. You push it in, you go up, you don't put it, ridiculous, and it doesn't even feel good when you use it. So what you're saying is absolutely right. You do have to introduce people to it, but I also think that we are at the point to where they are new enough. These people that he wants in, he's not the only one, but that all these guys want in to grow the industry. I do think that at some point you're like, dude, if you want to grow the industry and you want to be in our industry, at some point you're not going to try to buy the new book and not be able to read. So I feel that a person who doesn't like the buttons would see 6 and panic. I can see that. Because 6 is a lot. I loved it. You loved it. It's my favorite controller in the world. It's like Sega Saturn with 6 buttons. Was like, dude, thank you. You just made my life. It was incredible. But I do think you are right on that. That 4 is there's probably a median spot there. There's most likely a psychology between 4, 2 bumpers, 2 triggers, which is also why, other than elites, we don't get those back, pinky buttons. Now, here's a little blast from the past. Microsoft made a controller with back bumper buttons in 1999 or 2001, and I owned it. It was I believe it was along there. It was called the Microsoft SW. There was a certain title for it. It only had one thumb pad. It didn't have a game stick. It had 2 front buttons. It had a trigger and a bumper, but the trigger was not analog. It was a trigger. It faked. Like it was just a digital button. But on the back, it had those two buttons. And for opening your menu, start menu stuff, that's great back there. Or for crouching, instead of pressing the thumbstick down, I love the back bumper buttons. So they've been trying for a while.
Yeah, the Sidewinder range of hardware that they used to try and have a little dabble in the gaming hardware for. Yeah.
That's what it was. Yeah, that's what it was. Damn.
I've never owned that. It sounds awesome, but I got caught up in the back paddle hype. I was trying to play Rocket League when I first got one of these controllers, because Rocket League is a game where you could really use not having to use the analog stick, not having to use the face buttons, because there's a lot of buttons and a lot going on. It's a very fast motion game. And I was like, it's going to be brilliant. I've got an Elite controller now, driving towards the ball, need to jump, hit break instead. My hands could not learn. It took me freaking ages to learn to use these paddles. I'm like, I know that they're right, but I'm just not getting it. But now I'm an expert.
Dude, how many times you played Gears and then you play Halo and you end up throwing grenades when you mean to suck up against a wall or whatever? And you're just like, I am a human above the age of like 18, and you're telling me I can't use the right finger for this game? Like, what is going on? I've been so disappointed in myself jumping sometimes in reviews where I'll have 2 or 3 games to review and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna set some time aside. You know, I want to play a racing game. And that's fine. I'm like, oh, but I'll jump over this. And no matter what, my brain cuts out the racing game part and puts the two shooters together, even if they're third and first person. And immediately I'll just be dying constantly. Or the grenade goes on Y instead of X or X instead of Y. Oh, dude. Yeah.
This is my
the difficulties of being a YouTube reviewer.
Well, I stream quite a lot, right? And when I'm streaming, I usually have like a day for a game. So I play quite a few things at once in that way. And it's a disaster every time I go from like a Final Fantasy 16 to a Lies of P. Like, what do you mean circle is sprint now? No, that one used to swing my sword. Yeah. What's it doing every time? 10 minutes to warm up into every game would just be a complete disaster. Which doesn't explain why I'm so bad at Battlefield, but we'll get to that in a minute. In fact, let's talk about some games now, because I like to talk about games and things. That's my favorite part of the show. So it's been a while. I'm trying to decide what period of game to go for. What period of time to go for. It doesn't really matter. You just pick some highlights of things that you played over the last I don't know, we'll say month, which for you is probably an awful lot of games because you live your 36-hour days and do all of this stuff. But
I do. So last couple, like a game that probably not anything new. It's actually been sort of weirdly, because there wasn't a ton of review code for Mafia. I think almost only journalists got that one. Luckily, they were nice enough to say that's what was going on. A little bit of Mafia, a little bit of Battlefield in the last couple days. Have enjoyed both for different reasons. A ton of Division, because a lot of the people in my channel just sort of like the occasional Destiny Division run through. And I think Destiny has really burned. It just doesn't. It's like you may not like Division, but there's something sort of solid about it, where Destiny's been so up and down that it feels like it's just that bad girlfriend. And finally, the guy's just like, we're breaking up. I'm breaking up with you. I'm out. And so a lot of my friends have moved to some of these other ones. And I've really been enjoying that, to just sit back. I played a little bit more of the older Assassin's Creed. Went back, played some Syndicate, played a bunch of Forza, doing a bunch of digital board games. I'm a huge board game fan in real life. The idea of getting the digital versions is enticing, yet ultimately consistently not satisfactory. And I don't know why.
Don't know why.
I don't know, man. I don't. I buy many of them. Talisman, Horse Hearsay, a lot of ones on Tabletop Simulator, which I like much better than the purchase ones. And I'm not quite sure if that's a rigid structure setup that I'm not liking. But I love the idea of it. It could also be the difficulty of getting people together. I'm sure you notice this, but like when you're a kid and you're going to school and everybody shows up Monday through Friday, it's easier to make a plan. When you start doing your own thing, you don't see the person. You're trying to get a hold of them on Discord. And you're like, hey, I'd like to play Twilight Imperium, which is notoriously 2 to 4 hours to set up and 48 hours to 64 hours to play a single game. If you want to play one of the master games, which is what I like to play. So you do it over multiple days. My friends are like, no, they're just not going to do it. So inviting people over to play is more satisfying than the digital version so
You've
far.
Got campaigns on Dungeons and Dragons that you've been running for like 100 years each, haven't you?
33 years for one, 13 years, 9 years, and about 5 years for the other.
Are they ever going to end?
If my players die, maybe. I mean, I don't see why they would, because of the way we play. It is all freeform. I don't write manuals down or anything like that. I don't take from manuals. It's all bullshitting like I do with you on a podcast. But I know the world, because I do take notes on the world and sort of in my brain simulate what might be happening if it's been a while or whatever. I love D&D. It's like one of my favorite things. I would say D&D, airsoft martial arts, video games, reading. I like a lot of stuff, but those are pretty high. D&D is just great. Getting your friends together to play is one of the best experiences I've ever had, and it's also one of the very few that ignores what I just said about board games. If I say I want to play D&D, I'll have friends who are like 24 hours away, drive over. And they'll be like, we'll figure, I'll drive across like half of the United States so we can play a game of D&D. That to me is probably never going to be replicated in like video game form. I've done some VR. I'm sure you've messed around with like VR stuff. There's all kinds of systems. It's okay, but you're still wearing a small child on your face. You know, it's hot.
Child, yeah. Clinging.
Yeah, but I mean, you know what I mean? Yeah, just warm, like their little huggies are against your forehead. And what's funny is no matter how, dude, I have a big screen. Well, I got to test a big screen, which are great. Weirdly enough, the exact opposite of their name. They're the smallest one, or one of the smallest VR headsets. Very comfortable. That's great. But you're still not interacting. You can't, like, it's just not the same. And I love VR. You and I are both VR fans. I would say I also am ultimately disappointed where VR's gone. I would like to have seen for that to explode. But yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. Like VR in particular, to just talk about VR for a second, you were talking about games. I did just go back and play a bunch of games on, I think you and I talked about the HP reverbs getting a driver.
Yeah.
That'll stop that from being a defunct headset. But I have a bunch of headsets. I charged up my Pico, charged up my Quest, plugged in. I have one that starts with an H, super high resolution. I got it, never really played it much. So recently I've been testing that. It uses the Steam trackers. Very cool. But after all that time, dude, after all the games I played, and I tested out all these games, do you know what I ended up going back to Star Trek.
Oh, the
Star Trek
thing.
has, it's
Bridge
got
crew.
voice commands. So bridge crew. So you can, and my friends jumped in and we had a ball. Some of them may not have been sober. They didn't tell me if they were, but they sounded like they weren't. But we had a fantastic time for about 6 hours playing Star Trek in VR. And there's very few games I can say that about VR. I want it to succeed, but
yeah, it's funny because I asked earlier about like next innovations and things, and the really obvious, conceptually really obvious one when you think about what gaming can become is always going to be VR, but we didn't even mention it because we've both been burnt by the way that has not blown up and has not grown and has not become the next thing and just doesn't seem like the next thing as a result of it. And we've got Facebook as the custodians of it at the moment, which is just like, it's given it a gross outer layer of being Facebook. I don't want Facebook to control VR. So yeah, I still love it. I'm still going to keep playing it.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, me too. I have an Nreal glasses, which I use more. I hated them when I first got them. They were sort of uncomfortable. I went to a 3D printed website, whatever it is. Got a nose bridge for my Nreal originals that are not even the new Pro 2s or whatever. And great screen, one of the best screens I've ever seen on one of the mini devices. Love that thing for playing on the Legion 1X player. Play it on Xbox. I've used it for PC. That is amazing. But you are right. I think with VR, it is size. Size matters, and they're not super comfy for a long period of time. And the reason why I'm so stunned that people didn't figure this out earlier is because people are already unhappy about wearing a normal pair of glasses. So how is it that they thought strapping a small hot baby on your face would somehow not be as noticed and cost, the cost of amazing glasses, let's say, if you need bifocals and special glass. I mean, they're incredibly expensive. And yet somehow we didn't figure that out, and we still have these headsets. And I mean, when I say we didn't figure out, I don't mean they haven't tried. I just mean sometimes I wonder if the push for VR happened a good 5 to 7 years too early. Like
it definitely did. And my hope for it there is that it will come back when augmented reality glasses and things kind of catch up and can do that experience. But yeah, I look at the really casual kind of mobile games on one end of a big triangle, and the more setup and complication you get, the narrower the audience is. And VR lives over here at the point of it where it's not economically viable because these people would all need to be millionaires to make it. So you've got console gaming,
and it's a niche within a niche.
It is, yeah.
I mean, it's a niche within it might be 3, but it's like hardware to run it, and if not, then you get the hardware that you buy. But it's then platform compatibility, because once again, some jackass out there decided to split the platforms again. Like they all, in a weird way, I would say Microsoft, this is why, like, other than some leaks, why I knew Microsoft was doing the OEM route a long time ago, because WMR was OEM. Like, Microsoft was already testing OEM with WMR. It's like, hey, we don't want to make, you don't make a lot of money on hardware. How many times have we heard a console manufacturer that's like, we made $5, and you'll have people celebrating from the inside, be like, we've sold millions more than yours. And you're like, yeah, that's cool. But then you look at the cost of a game and how much a game makes per sale versus a console. The same thing with VR. Those headset devices are expensive. You got that niche. And then you have, like you said, the complexity. You got to get in and draw a safe zone, which already makes somebody go, safe for what? Like, what am I drawing a safe zone around myself? That sounds slightly creepy or dangerous.
And
then you have YouTube memes.
Literally don't have a safe space. That's the other massive problem. At least in the UK, like,
very true.
There is no safe space. I can't use this thing. Everyone around me is going to die. But
yeah, it's an odd situation there. But I would love to see VR explode. Like you, yeah. I think I'll change my answer to that is what I would, if I had my choice, it would be VR to see it explode. I would like to see that.
Yeah, come on, Valve, give us something. Give us something. You're our only hope. I still reckon one day, because AR is like more broadly applicable outside of games. So they're going to keep pouring some money into there and pursuing that. And eventually the AR will get so good that it can do VR, and then we'll get a little resurgence. That's my hope. And they'll call it like full immersive augmented reality or something silly like that. But
have you ever played the Tilt 5?
No.
Which is the hologram. So when Valve, before the VR system, when Valve fired all their VR employees before hiring a whole other team, they fired a bunch of people from their VR group. And that VR group went and made a hologram-style table controller system where you put on glasses and you can see a hologram on the ground. Not a lot of games are compatible, but I decided, you know what? I'm a big fan of tech. So I was like, I'm going to pick this thing up. For the couple games it works on, it's actually pretty awesome. It reminds you almost like the mix of a digital tabletop game, Star Wars, the original movie, when the hologram chess pieces
that's the first thing that came to mind when you said it. It has to be that. Is it?
Which warms my cockles, man. I love the idea of that. Like, that's the shit for me right there. If you played a Magic the Gathering game, dude, Ace, if there was a Magic the Gathering game and I put the card down and a monster sprung out of that thing, I'd be the guy flipping tables over at the local Magic place trying to get every single card so I could take that home and play. I would kill for that.
Slamming them on a table with a dramatic jump as a big dragon comes up. Is it like online? Can you share your game with somebody else who's got a Tilt 5 somewhere else and have that same experience? Share a tabletop game?
I don't think it is. I think it's pretty much, because I got the set with 2 glasses and the table. It looks, imagine a welding or cutting pad that you might see on YouTube when one of these guys who has talent, unlike myself, who are putting together miniatures and shit, and they have the gridded, little padded table. It's like that. And then you turn it on, you can't see anything, of course, there, but you see it in the glasses. And I don't think so. I don't remember any game saying there was an online component, which I don't know why. But my assumption is that technology feels a little bit like let's see if it works on Kickstarter. If that makes sense. And
maybe you need more people to own the table to make it like worth the development.
Yeah. yeah. Because you got to write a bunch of networking stuff, make sure it all hits. But yeah, cool idea. I agree with you. I think like augmented stuff doesn't just have to be glasses either. There's a lot of little things you can do that I think could be quite cool. I saw an age-old experiment, I guess. So I used to sell TV. Well, I used to install home theaters at the prior job as a side job, because I wanted a side job. I like to be busy. And one of the experiments was basically a normal TV with a projector on the side that they were hoping would do almost what you would say is a hologram. So let's say you're watching an NFL game. Instead of the game being occluded by all these stupid overlays, the football player appears over here.
And the scores are underneath or up there, right? Yeah.
And so almost like a double screen TV. Now, or double screen PC, anybody who has 2 screens will most likely say the same thing. The efficiency does rise pretty dramatically having 2, even if you have one large one, which I do in one of my rooms. I love the idea of that. I saw that and was like, man, depending on your setup and how you get that to display and everything, that's pretty sweet. And that's, to me, is pretty augmented. It's not really on the screen. It's augmented off to the side. I see I don't know how I see it, but I do see that there's a future there depending on all these. There's a couple projector techs out there. One I can't talk about, but two I can, like the transparent TVs. I don't know if you've seen that recently.
No.
That became, they showed that at CES. Basically, it's a thin glass screen that when it folds up, it's not, I don't know if you'll like this, dude, because I am at all times completely enamored by it and absolutely think it's a terrible idea. It's not a screen like you have here. It's a pane of glass that is mostly opaque, but still transparent. And there are multiple ideas of how you could use it. Well, so, and that's what I say, right? Why? As it sits, why? However, as side screens that come out of the side of a screen, all kinds of weird shit, stuff that comes from your ceiling so you don't have a big black screen that rolls up or rolls down for a projector, all kinds of little things you could do with that tech could be very cool. I think it was more of a test than anything, but it was a cool tech regardless. I do see that, the augmented stuff we already see in home security systems where you're starting to talk to your house. I mean, that's augmented in a way. You're now you're on your PC and you can see your dog on the couch and you can see the front door. If that's not augmented, what the hell is augmented anymore? And to me, I feel like there's a lot of places you could go. The VMU, I'm not saying I want it, but I'm just saying Sega was already looking at augmented controllers, putting a screen on the controller.
That's what you were talking about. So VMU was the virtual memory unit on a Dreamcast, which I don't expect many people to know. I had 8 of them. They were expensive.
Dude, and you could raise, one of them had the monster that you could feed and stuff, and it was like a 4 pixel by 4 pixel resolution. This thing was amazing until you realized whenever anybody saw you playing and it was stuck in the Dreamcast, it looked like you were staring at your nuts. It was the weirdest thing. It was such an odd, it looked questionable, man. Like, I had a roommate at the time, and I remember he was looking at it with me. I gave it to him. I'm like, look at this. And he did this, and I was standing over the corner. I looked, and I saw him, and I'm like, well, that's not going to work. Like, it took me 0 seconds to look at that and be like, that's questionable shit. But I love the idea of it. I don't think that'll turn into anything. You remember the Xbox original had the big plastic X in the center because they didn't know what the hell to do with the space in the center. Do a little screen on there. We see one of the major controller companies just released a controller that has an LED readout that tells you your sound device. You can switch sound devices by pressing buttons. A couple things on the front. I do see some companies
you get them. You used to get loads of them that had compatibility with like World of Warcraft. You get keyboards and things that will show you your party health and things like that.
Oh,
that's going back to what you said about football when you're like you can clear the HUD off the screen. Essentially, I actually love when games have a clean HUD. So if you
it's the best thing.
It is. It just looks so much better. So give me some functionality where I can just push all of that necessary information out of the way. Basically, I'm asking for a 3DS, but really, really big.
Yeah, I'll have to send you a really cool research that's it compares GPS and map tracking versus video games with no HUD and versus HUD, and the ability for a player who plays a game without a HUD versus a HUD and how much they can recall of the game's locations and characters. But here's the interesting part. Scientifically proven, and I'll show you this documentation, very cool, because I have a bunch of videos on no HUD. It's one of my favorite things in the world. It actually indicates that the player will remember more of the story with no HUD. And the reasoning being that basically just the entire focus and the other parts of the brain that are doing the map parts, when they get to a spot, that energy that they've got, the blood flow, whatever, doesn't just magically go away. It continues to be used. So when a person is hearing the story, there is a larger focus. Also, the player knows intrinsically there's a danger. If you've ever looked away from a cutscene that had something important and you look back and you're like, where did the guy go? Is it the left track or is it the right track? Oh my God, I don't know where to go. And you either redo the cutscene or you walk around trying to figure out where that character went because you walked off. So the ability of people to track more, I think that's awesome. I think no HUD is one of the best experiences that a person who has a lot of current games can experience today by just going in. You don't have to turn the entire HUD off, man. Turn off just one part at a time. Mm-hmm. And magic. It really does feel like a different experience with no HUD. And a lot of the games that maybe aren't even the best games in the world.
I love turning a HUD off. but I would have ruined that study because they would have had these groups of people playing with HUD and playing without, and they say, oh, look at all of these results. These people that are playing without a HUD, they're remembering the story and the locations. It's all much better.
And you
apart from that guy, he can't remember what's right in front of him at the moment.
Bob, did we get the CTE football guys in here? Because this dude's got terrible memory. It must be CTE. I love it. That's amazing. Yeah. Hey, it happens, right? It's called an average for a reason. There will be a high and a low, and on this one, you might be over there on the left.
Yeah, a little bit. Let me ask you another gaming question. This one's important to me. Do you like stealth games?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. There's not many great ones, but I absolutely do when a good one comes out.
Are you a coward or a wanker?
I am a wanker.
Good choice.
I'm a wanker.
Good choice. Stealth is for cowards and wankers. That's of the genre of games and the things that I'm not a massive fan of. Stealth is the one. I cannot get along with them. They all feel like slightly evolved Frogger to me, but only slightly evolved Frogger. I don't like it. I don't like Frogger. I don't know what you're supposed to do with that.
So, no, okay, we'll look at it. Frogger, if you consider Frogger a stealth game when there is no actual stealth element because you're not seen or interacted with the cars, but I get what you mean, which is the movement being sort of truncated down to a particular set that's safe. That makes sense. But if you look at like Splinter Cell offers the ability for the player to go loud, quiet, risk, reward, that kind of stuff. That's great. Some people don't like it though, and they want the risk to be super high, right? So, case in point, a game that it scored well. I loved it, but I know a lot of people didn't, which is Eric's Home. So that game came out recently, and that's a third person, almost XCOM depth or the size of those characters. But what it is it's all basic stealth that adds complexity as you continue the game, to the point to where you have to start going in real time in an isometric form, running from one police officer or steampunk police officer to another, banging out a light so that you can go under there, scaring enemies off because you can cause them to be cowards. This is why I thought you were actually talking about Eric's Home, because they call each other cowards all the time because you can scare them off. And it has 3 characters. And sometimes in an isometric view, you're controlling multiple characters at the same time, which is nuts to me. And it actually works. And it's a great story. It's a steampunk plague, not Victorian, Scandinavian style medieval world. But when you're talking about true stealth, I think you're probably talking more about like Thief, right? Or
so generally, like I probably cut my teeth on the first Metal Gear Solid, and that established the stealth genre for me. But generally, the idea of avoiding spotlights and enemy movement patterns, and my main issue with it is that in real life, I'm naturally extremely stealthy. Right? Nobody can detect me.
Yeah.
But when I play a game, it just doesn't feel anything like that. The things that, because everyone has like real life experience of either being seen or not seen depending on what you're doing, and it doesn't align with that game at all. It doesn't feel right, because games are obviously silly, right? Shooting people isn't realistic in Call of Duty or whatever, but I don't shoot people in real life, so it feels fine. Sneaking up on someone in a video game, I'm not.
You've snuck up on people in real life, and you're like,
when I say that, I'm always sneaking up on people in real life. But no, naturally, I know what people's perception is like, and it is not what it's like in video games. It just takes me out of it.
Yeah, and the big problem is developers consistently fight. There's a great GDC, and anybody who gets a chance, if you want to just sort of study video games GDC on YouTube, plus you can pay for one of their subscriptions to see some of the hidden videos. But they have videos all the way back for like 15 years where they cover all this stuff. And they cover many Assassin's Creed games, Splinter Cell, Thief 1, 2, 3, maybe not 4, even though we're going to pretend that doesn't exist. With stealth, the big problem that they consistently run into is the ability for the player to make a mistake, and then what happens when you make the mistake. Eric's Home's mistake is instant. You get seen, it's over, which I like. I'm fine with that because the story is about that. I understand. But then you have the opposite side, which is just as broken, which is that the guy 3 seconds later goes, must have been the wind. And you're like, dude, must have been the wind. Like, what? Bob is dead. Susan, I have thrown through a window, and this guy is like, the wind did all of that. And so and people will listen and go, well, that's way too pedantic. It is. But at the same time, we have had 25 plus years of game development where it hasn't necessarily seen a step up. And you're talking about you chopping or you cutting your teeth on friggin' Metal Gear, which is a cardboard box in front of a dude would hide you, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like stealth intrinsically is quite difficult when it's done all by itself, and then even more so sometimes when it's done singularly, because that's a niche always as well, where it's like, do you hate instant restarts? Which most of us, I think, do. I'm not saying all of us do, but I'm not normally a fan. Eric's Home was fine because it was explained in the fiction of why this particular thing occurred. I don't like instant restarts, man. Not a fan. I just don't like it. I like to pay and see if I can get out of the problem. But the AI is either too smart, or because you have to lie to it, basically, or it is too dumb. Here's my other question for you, though. Have you done Alien Isolation?
No, I haven't. I'm supposed to, because that's supposed to be really freaking scary in VR. It has a pretty competent Sega endorsed and made, like, almost ready for commercial release VR mod that
right?
you can get a hold of. And it's supposed to be one of the best and most scary VR experiences there. And as it turns out, I'm a coward because that sounds scary.
You don't want to be. So the reason why I ask is it's an intelligent way of doing the AI for the creature. Now, a creature, you can lie, right? Fiction wise, you can say it's an alien, it's not going to understand or whatever, and you lie to yourself, and that's great. Lie a little to tell a lot is a game development standard. That's fine. But one thing I like about Alien Isolation is that there's two brains in that game. There's the major brain that, just like any game, sees everything, and then it lies to the creature's brain, almost like a hallucination for an LLM, like a hallucination to AI. Very smart way of doing it. I like the idea. However, it's not necessarily, it's stealth, but it's not stealth in the way that I think you and I are really thinking, which is a person against a person for the most part. It's usually that. And I think that's just difficult, dude, because we've all played friggin' hide and seek, right?
Mm-hmm.
How many things are there intrinsically connected between the human experience and the game experience? It's quite little. There's very few, in fact. But hide and seek, I mean, you might as well just have a game with pillow fights, because there's very few things in the world that is so easily transferred between eating the game. You'd be like, okay, I got this. I'm going to ace this eating game. I'm going to get all the achievements on the eating game. But stealth is, you're right. And how many times have you tried to sneak up on somebody in real life, tried to sneak up on somebody, let's say it's Halloween, or you're out in the dark, you're going camping or whatever, and they hear you from a mile away. And as somebody who's fucking hunted all his life, I can tell you, in the woods, you hear that branch creak, you just immediately are like, that's a predator, that's a Bigfoot, that's a ghost or a demon, I'm gonna shoot it. Like, your brain is so attuned to what's going on around you that you notice things quite easily. And game AI is terrible. Mm-hmm. Like, and it's on purpose. It's on purpose because it could be the smartest thing in the world.
Losing's not fun, right?
It's not fun. It's not a game. That's life. We all lose. We're going to die no matter what. Like, that's the end game. So in a video game, I don't mind it being easier, but it does feel off. Yeah, I would agree with you. But I mean, here's the thing, dude. You don't like it because you've snuck in real life, as you said. But ultimately, I think that just checks out. It's like, how about, what if the game got the sneaking right? Let's look at it from the other side. What if the game got the sneaking right? Would that be enough for you without all the other stuff? Because I don't think it would. I don't know why you would magically be like, okay, the sneaking's done right, so the rest of it will be great.
I think there is. I think a game will come along that I play that has an emphasis on stealth. Probably will be optional, because I like to have options and I like things to kind of flow naturally and be quite chaotic. And I think there will become a game that I try and I go, yeah, this is right. I'm enjoying this. I'm having fun with this. I'm even sneaking and it's great. And I don't think it's like that far off of reality. And I know my criticism of it was that, like, I'm sneaky in real life. I know what people's perception is like. I don't think a game has to mimic real life to be fun, but I just don't find the genre fun at the moment. So someone will get it right. And I'll keep trying them because I want to get the one that's right and play it.
I just don't see how, after this many years, you're sort of like the guy who just keeps trying, just keeps getting married, keeps getting divorced. Like, at some point, I don't know what they would do
Mhm.
for you to be okay. How about this? Scratch it. I got an idea. A VR stealth game. So
I'm so
no
happy
lie.
to try.
I love my idea. I want to make it. I honestly, I could see you, not gamers, but you liking a VR. Somehow they would do it. I could see you really enjoying a VR stealth game far more than a normal game. I don't know why. I think that might sell you. Like if you did the sound right and you were able to look and go, I sort of understand the peripheral vision on this. Because how many times have you played an Assassin's Creed and you're like, am I in his peripheral vision? Like what can he see? Because they're like a damn New York horse with blinders on walking down the streets. You're just like I don't know.
Definitely am in his peripheral vision, but he's not responding. Why not?
Yeah, even my blind dog, if I do this, he's like, the fuck? So like, yeah, dude. I love the idea of a VR. See, I'm excited for this because you do know there's this. Has this been talked about? Hang on. Yeah, there's a supposedly a Splinter Cell VR game coming. So something like that, would that interest you?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, to be fair, that would interest me on many levels. The fact that it's stealth wouldn't necessarily make or break it, but
Really?
I mean, a budgeted VR game. How many of those do we get? None. And this one's probably not going to come around, so I can't say that I would turn away a Splinter Cell VR game. But you're right. Like, this is why VR horror works so well, because horror is intrinsically like a stealth genre, right? But they're monsters, and I accept it. You're going to try and hide from a monster. It makes all kinds of sense, and I have fun in those. But in VR, that tension is elevated like 60-fold, so that Serious Sam becomes scary if things run at you in the wrong way. Like everything is scarier when it's that much more present, and stealth would be massively more tense there. So yeah, I'd be all over it. I tried not the most recent version because they've done a few now, but I tried Hitman in VR when that came out. I thought this might be the key. Like Hitman's a different take on stealth. It's got all of its disguise elements. It's got
right.
And then the port was terrible, so I didn't really learn anything. But
horrendous. Yeah. Horrendous. You know what's interesting to me, dude? So when a port is terrible, and I don't know why this bothers me so much, so I'm just going to say, but when a port is terrible, it makes me look at the original and go, like, how did we get here? And where was the original game and what level was it at? And there's a couple titles that through the years, I just can't believe we got to an end result. For example, Assassin's Creed Unity. It might be one of the buggiest titles of all time for me. Like almost beyond reproach in the number of bugs. Cyberpunk. How did we get there? Master Chief Collection. How did we get there? And so when you look at these titles sometimes and you're like, Hitman, to me, Hitman is a premier. To me, Hitman is like history. It's one of the greatest. It's one of the most enjoyable, not the greatest. It's one of the most enjoyable, like puzzle killing games or puzzle, whatever games that I've ever played. I love all the Hitman games. And how dare somebody okay that?
Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
Yeah. And I know how dare. That's just audacity on my part that got okayed. Imagine if there was a Mario game. Admittedly, Pokemon are pretty goddamn bad sometimes. But imagine if a Mario game came out in the same shit state Halo Master Chief Edition was in. People would be like, how did this happen? And you look at Halo, it's a premier title, and it has all these issues. And it's happened a couple times. Admittedly, Michael Jordan lost games. So maybe that's what it is. But I'm looking at these titles with these big names that you love and I love, Splinter Cell VR, if it happens, Hitman, and you're like, oh my God, Hitman VR, this is going to be Hitman in VR, which to me is 1 + fucking 1 = 2. It's not even that hard to figure out. It's like Hitman VR. You already got the original game, put it in VR. How can a mod maker figure that out? And by the way, I know how they can. I'm just going to be mad. But how can a mod maker figure that out and you do the official game that's requiring the money and you're just sitting there going like, dude, what are we doing right now? How did this ever get out into people's hands? For me, I mean, I don't run companies, but I'd be like, dude, we ain't releasing this. Just take the loss, man. Like Concord. People are mad about Concord being canceled. to me, or removed.
Yeah.
I think it's one of the best examples of smart moves by companies ever. For the last 20 years of gaming, all I have ever heard is, why do companies not change when they see the reaction? Why do big companies not do this? And you finally have a company who releases Concord and they're like, damn, son, our bad. Damn, that's on us. I don't love Sony, but the idea that they're like, that's not working. We're going to take that back. We're just all going to pretend that didn't happen. I'm actually cool with that. I like to see companies make those choices. Hitman would have been great. They patched it. But I'm really tired of hearing about that too. I don't want to see another No Man's Sky. No Man's Sky to me is not a success. It's a great game that released in an unacceptable format for what they promised. I still enjoyed the game. But the promises that they made were quite separated. And it just seems weird that we have this occasionally. Man, you got a sore spot. Sorry for Hitman VR, because I really was disappointed in Hitman.
Fair enough. What about Cyberpunk? Because you mentioned No Man's Sky is not a success. Was Cyberpunk a success?
No. Okay. Yes. Cyberpunk is so bad that publishers use it as a verb. I've got PR that says, I will not cyberpunk you. That is freakishly bad from a PR / emotionally continually resonant situation. So meaning 10, 15 years down the road, you're still going to be bringing up Cyberpunk. How do we know that? Daikatana still gets brought up. Master Chief Collection still gets brought up. These are years later, they still get brought up. So of course it will be. I think that it's one of the worst examples of a company's hubris I've ever seen, and outright lies. No matter that I like Cyberpunk now, and no matter that I think Phantom Liberty is an excellent DLC, I think intrinsically, they, at the time at least, were absolute corruption at the highest level. And one of the reasons why I got into gaming reviews was because I was hearing these stories that was happening. And I spent many years reviewing, not seeing it happening. I saw many years where I didn't see the false previews. I saw many years where I didn't see the stuff that everybody said I would see. And I was like, okay, great. That's good. That restores a little confidence. Cyberpunk, I don't care if people get mad. My job is not to lie to you to make you feel better. You need to do that on yourself, masturbate or something. Cyberpunk as a release, that was a lie. And they should be held accountable to the nth degree forever, because it wasn't just that they released a buggy game. It was that they ultimately knew, and they ultimately attempted multiple steps to hide it. And they were a company that was financially not required to do all that. There were ways around that. And what we got was a series of absolutely devastating hits to gaming that will consistently resonate in my YouTube comments. I'm going to have to hear about it, because I don't want to hear about it. I don't want to, dude, I have friends who liked Cyberpunk, not day one, couple 6, 7, 8 months later, who still get shit for liking it 6, 7, 8 months later. And I don't know what it felt like 6 or 7 or 8 months later, but I can tell you day one, that was an unacceptable damn release, and they should be held accountable forever for it. And I'll argue that forever.
And so Cyberpunk, like terrible. No Man's Sky, right? It has a mix, because it's got that story of its launch, and that will forever blemish their reputation. It should anyway, like you say. Yeah. And then you've got its success story of kind of the content and fixes that they did put in after the fact, that you can be pissed that it shouldn't have released like it did in the first place, but there's kind of a second side to the story. But before Cyberpunk, and before The Witcher 3 as well, CD Projekt Red were people's champions, because they gave so much of the kind of consumer friendly support with The Witcher 1 and 2, and they did their extended editions, and they gave away all this extra content and polish for free after the fact, where they weren't kind of tied to any publisher and they were doing their own thing. So they had a really strong reputation. They took a massive hit. Now people have mixed feelings on Cyberpunk, negative memories, positive memories, all the rest of it. Do you think it's going to make an iota of difference when they come to their next game, when they bring us The Witcher 4?
If somehow the world existed in perfected time slices that never move forward, sure, but that's not how the real world works. New gamers come in, old gamers go out. People still humping, as far as I know. I'm still doing it. Hopefully others are. So new kids are being born, new people jumping into games. Those people won't have the memory. So they'll jump in. The first game they're going to play is that, right? Many of my friends, the first game they ever played from them, Witcher 3. I had to play through the misery of Witcher 1. Sorry, not a fan of Witcher 1. Didn't think it was a great game. Didn't think its control schemes were good at all. But then 2, you saw it. You were like, you sort of got something. 3 released with a lot of problems. Everything from the control scheme, all that stuff, which they patched out, but still a great, absolutely great game, regardless of the problems. The big issue here, dude, that pisses me off, I'm trying not to get mad about it, but the reason why it makes me so angry is because those decisions make me feel like they think we were stupid. And that I know you and I, me in particular, 20 years older than you, I assume, at least 10. When I was growing up, being stupid was the worst thing that could possibly be a thing. You did not want to be stupid. It was, you didn't want other people to think you were stupid. It was considered, that was horrendous, man. That is not what you wanted. Now it doesn't matter as much. You have influencers farting into fucking sacks and selling them on eBay. Like nobody gives a shit. But back then it was a big deal. And the idea that they thought we were idiots, and it was a concentrated effort to do it. This is all known. There was fake previews. There was all kinds of shit. That situation, that sucks, man, because it means that somebody thinks you're so dumb that just because they did something for you yesterday it means they can get away with whatever they want today. And that is unacceptable to me. It doesn't make sense. I don't care if they fixed it. I don't want to live in a world, Asa, where we say, well, maybe they'll No Man's Sky it. Maybe they'll, how many times are we talking about this shit where we're like, well, they'll patch it down the road. I mean, I'll talk to Johnny on the podcast and occasionally I'll dislike a game and he even starts to say it. And I can feel, because he's bringing up exactly what he should, which is that, yeah, maybe they'll patch it. And I brought it up too, but I'm saying I hate that it's a thing. And the idea that cyberpunked is a verb amongst other producers, publishers, developers is embarrassing. And it's from the premier guys. It wasn't from somebody who maybe was known in the internet as, being a bad publisher, which we hear all the time. Sorry. Whenever we're going to sit down and talk about bad publishers, you can mention all these other companies you want. I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to be standing on top of all the dead fucking bones of those publishers and pointing at CDPR. Sorry. I don't care.
I get you entirely, because it's like they didn't just release a game that wasn't fit for release, because that's bad in itself. Like you said, it passes, it gets greenlit somewhere. Someone looks at this game and goes, yeah, that's good enough for these idiots. They'll play that. But they didn't just do that, did they? They said, that's probably not good enough for these idiots, but we can lie about it. We can restrict all of the reviewers to only using our pre-selected B-roll. And they went proper sinister deception with the launch of it. But I still want to play The Witcher 4.
Okay, can we talk about that? Because people are going to think I'm always negative. I'm not negative at all. In fact, I'll play Witcher 4 right away, and here's why. You can be a bad person and do great stuff, good person do bad stuff, and you can be a bad person and become a better person and vice versa. I have no issue with a new Witcher game or a new Cyberpunk game. I just reviewed Death Stranding, and I had people leave the Patreon, and I've read these posts on our podcast where people like, how dare you like Death Stranding because you did, or Death Stranding 2 because you didn't like Death Stranding 1. And I'm like, first, do you understand how fucking numbers work? It's a different game, and it's put together in a different way. And if we pretend that's not true, then we pretend Halo 5 is as good as Halo 1 or any other title out there with a number after it. And we all know that there's titles out there. It's a stupid way of talking. But I have no issue with Cyberpunk 2077 times 2, or whatever they call it. I'm excited as hell for it. I think Cyberpunk first-person shooters, Cyberpunk overall, is misrepresented or underutilized in gaming. And I cannot wait for like a Shadowrun first-person shooter. And I feel like if I keep saying it, it'll happen. Probably not.
You had one.
But I would kill first-person shooter.
Yeah, multiplayer, Yeah, it was a Shadowrun cross-platform, the first of the cross-platform.
Okay, I actually genuinely liked running around in that game, but it used Shadowrun as a template over the top for the fiction. Yeah. But you proved me wrong on that. We did have one. I'm talking I want Syndicate, the old first-person shooter / Deus Ex / Cyberpunk, but in the Shadowrun world. One of our longest D&D games is a Magic / Cyberpunk game, and I love Shadowrun. I love the idea of it. I love Cyberpunk. I love the idea of it. I think Pondsmith, who created it, dude, it's a great world. I guess that's how disappointment hits, though, right? If you don't have any expectation, mediocrity is acceptable. And listen, Cyberpunk has one competitor for getting kicked off the store, or at least at the time of its release, which is Afro Samurai 2. If there is any other game you do not want to be in the same group with, it's Afro Samurai 2. Both of those having been removed from the store. It's ridiculous, man. Like, come on. But
what's the story on that one? How did you review it?
Yeah. It was a travesty, man. It was like Gollum. Okay, this is testing my memory, but I would say they're right. Okay, I'll tell you this. Redfall, if you look at here's Afro Samurai 2. That's Redfall. Way up there. That's how bad Afro Samurai was. It was pretty bad. Yeah, it was pretty bad.
Right. I'm with you. I understand. I will avoid. No, actually, I kind of want to play it now. You've sold it to me. I'm there on the concept. I'm watching the trailer right now. Oh, not on any
from
platform.
Stores, I think.
All the stores.
Oh, well, yeah, I don't know. It's probably it was removed from a lot, but it's probably purchasable now too, because they put a lot of bad games back on the stores. So yeah, it's probably purchasable somewhere now. I mean,
save me from myself. I'm watching the trailer and no, you can kind of see this one. They didn't select their B-roll, even for their own trailer. It looks shit.
Yeah. I mean, at some point, it's like if you're ugly, put makeup on, and Afro Samurai is like, nope, I'm showing up, warts and all. It's a nasty game, man. And here's the other thing, dude. There's games that you can tell, like you just said, you can see the effort. There was effort, right? There was an attempt. That game, the attempt was to buy the IP. And that was it.
Right. Understood. I'm going to get this super chat. I want to talk to you more about competitive multiplayer games, especially with Battlefield 6 around at the moment.
Oh, hell
we'll
yeah.
get to that in a second. But super chat from Gaming with Passion, that's Demon Hunter. Happy to see ACG on the podcast. I would love to hear your thoughts on the Stop Killing Games initiative. So Stop Killing Games is the wide petition. I don't know what other support it's got, but it was definitely a petition to force the hand of publishers and developers to make sure that their games can never be taken away from us in the way that Ubisoft have discontinued the first crew game servers and various other examples of games that have fallen by the wayside. I'm sure you know it. What are your thoughts on it?
So we covered it a bit I like the idea of keeping whatever. Battleborn's one of my generic, I enjoyed it. I didn't love it, but I enjoyed it, and it was taken away quite quickly. So I feel like it's a good thought process that if you buy it, there should be some format there for you to continue to experience it, whether it's on Steam as a download. You don't need to always be able to buy it, but be able to play it. However, we did query about 11 developers on what were the difficulties of making a game available that was server side, not like Battleborn, which had a single check, as far as I know. At least the one person I talked to who worked on it was like, I think it's one server check. That's it. Otherwise, you could have played it. But if you're looking at developers making sure that a multiple sharded server be available, there's all kinds of issues. Not issues that are insurmountable, but my job isn't to pretend like everything's easy. It's like to look at it from a technical standpoint. So, for example, multiple sharded server, if those aren't run as a single executable on a single system, you have all kinds of issues where you have to get those merged together. Then you have to look at security, all kinds of stuff so that you don't open that up. You have to make sure that all the artifacts from prior games, prior development is removed. For example, hot coffee was in the code for GTA. You have to remove all that, make sure that there's not secrets, stuff like, whatever. So you want to do all that. Doable, every developer I talked to wanted it. Like, there is no developer who doesn't. That's the other thing is publisher, by the way, it's like, if we're removing it, they're not making money from it anyway. So it's like, to them, it's like, hey, if this is a fan, this can create a fan. But there are some laws in certain places as well where you have to make sure that you don't instigate or create a software vulnerability on a PC by giving somebody a server shard. There's all kinds of little things. I have stated, I think 4 years ago, we did a video on this in particular with Battleborn, where I was like, developers need to just plan day one. That if they have, for some reason, a game online, it needs to be available. It needs to be prepped to be available offline. Here's the problem. The more reasons it is online in the first place, the more difficult and resource heavy it becomes to make it offline secondhand. And that makes sense, but it's easy to not think of that. And so trying to figure out where you spend those resources, I just think it behooves them to figure it out. I already use private servers for a lot of my multiplayer games.
Yeah.
We do a lot of games multiplayer. I think that'd be great if maybe I don't know, maybe they can say, hey, if you buy the game, you can spool up a server somewhere. I don't know. There's multiple ways to do it, but the crew, for the 5 people playing the crew, they got screwed. I don't think every company will do it at the same time. Unless a law gets passed around the world, it won't matter anyway, because let's say a Chinese company is not going to give a shit what a Western company does at all. Like, in fact, they might go opposite right now, just because everybody's arguing about everything. I would love it, though. I like the idea of just, you buy the game, you play the game forever, as long as your hardware is compatible. That's the other thing. I don't know about you, but we have seen some software incompatible situations. Also, would this then connect to older console platforms where maybe you go from a in-order CPU to an out-of-order CPU, which is a dramatically different programming stance? What would you do on something like that? So there are some, or what if you went AMD to Intel for your next console?
Yeah. ARM or whatever, yeah. No, so like
yeah. ARM, thank you. Yeah, for sure.
It's very reminiscent of the conversations from around the launch of Diablo 3 and all the rest of it, and many other times prior, where a publisher will come up with like an always online requirement for a game, right? That doesn't necessarily need it. So Diablo 3, when it launched on PC,
hate it.
Forced online because they wanted to sell stuff through their auction house and make money and all the rest of it. And my stance, there was obviously a fairly vocal movement against always online games as a requirement, that no game should ever require that. And I always kind of disagreed in that. I think it shouldn't come at the cost of innovation. Like, if they've got something, if we're getting something for an always online requirement, if it's giving us some functionality that they couldn't do otherwise, by all means have it online. If it's not, if it's just for the sake of control or all the rest of it, probably the wrong decision. This is very much the same scenario, because I think, like you were just saying, there are complications if you've got an ambitious project, if you're doing a multi-sharded server, if you've got proper online functionality that'll be hard to replicate elsewhere, and you just can't feasibly do a handover to people when you close the game down. I wouldn't want you to change the design of the game for that reason. For me, like, no,
I
make
agree
what
with
you want.
I agree with you. Yeah. I am also a big believer. So it's a slight tangent, but I just want to point out, because you said something that I sort of get hammered for this, but I do want the developer to make what they want. Ultimately, I don't want them. I even sort of don't necessarily always like early access, because a lot of times I'll see a developer who will meander too far.
They're fucking idiots. We're all fucking idiots.
Yeah. Here's the thing. I would feel quite weird calling up George R.R. Martin and saying, I want you to make sure that these characters do this. Be a little fucking odd to call up Tom Cruise and be like, bro, switch the shit because I say so. That's quite weird. But gaming, immersive, things change. They feel weird. There are different experiences. I do understand where that comes from. But I truly do love the idea of a developer. And I know you know what this feels like, and anybody here would know what this feels like. When you're free thinking, whether you're in the shower, whether you're on a walk, and you're free thinking and no one's interrupting you, and your brain is bouncing off all these ideas and you put something together. I would hate to see a developer who wanted to deliver something be like, okay, well, this new thing we want to do. I would also hate, though, 5 years down the road, to lose access to some of my games. I mean, it just sucks across the board. I do think that that's the thing, across the board. When have we seen legislature like this that, I slurred that, I'm not drunk. When have we seen that kind of thing pass across and just be like, boom? First of all, it's not going to happen. Even if it happened in the US, it wouldn't happen everywhere. Mm-hmm. So then you have some companies that wouldn't have the requirement that the other would. Now you've got a different playing field there. So there's a couple issues there. But I think it's awesome he did it. It got more grab later than it did at first, which was weird because at first I was like, okay, some people signed it. It looks like it's doing pretty good. And then it sort of went like, blah, 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 which was actually cool because you know how it is, man. You get a group of friends together and somebody says, I don't like what we're doing, blah, 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 but they're sort of talked down and now everybody still does it. And I thought that's what was going to happen. I mean, I'm being totally honest. I read the stuff. I watched a little video and I was like, okay, this is pretty cool. But, you know, it seems to be grabbing on to normal gamers, but it became news, which is pretty cool. I saw it on a couple, I don't think it was on CNN on their main page, splashed up next to Trump, but it was on there. And it wasn't a bad thing. I think that's sort of cool. How many times do we see news where it's about a game and you just are dreading turning on, you're like, it's going to be something about games like Too Violent or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, something terrible. And instead they're like, yeah, they just want to play more games. And you're like, all right, man, that's actually a pretty wholesome, experience. And yeah, it's good. It's good. I don't know what it takes, man. It's going to take a lot though. And it's going to take laws to be enacted across multiple areas. I think just companies will do it. Almost like the $70, $80 game thing. It's just going to be some companies are going to say, hey, we're going to do this. Some companies won't. And then maybe at some point it'll become a de facto rule. I don't know if that'll happen.
Do you think though, so I think we're in a similar place in that like a hard ruling is probably detrimental. There's going to be edge cases where you don't want a hard ruling to kind of interfere with the development process. But do you think that the petition has come from a place of necessity? Like, is there a problem in the industry? Are publishers taking advantage? Are they taking away games that they shouldn't? Should things be better than they are right now? Or is it just a misguided attempt?
Yeah. I don't think it's misguided, but I do think that the reaction maybe just indicates how fast influencer style stuff can grab on. So it's not, so maybe a couple years ago, it wouldn't have grabbed on, not because it mattered less, or even if there were more games back then that did, it's just that now it did capture it. Is there like a rampant number of these? Obviously not at all, because most of us can remember most of the ones where this has happened, but that's all that matters, right? I'm a money-based channel. To me, money matters. Like, is this worth, and if I have to say, it's online all the time, well, then suddenly it's like, what if a person buys it a week prior or a week prior to the return allotment? So let's say they buy it a week prior to their due date for when you did buy it. And then they go 6 months and they're like, anybody who bought it in this time, which just happened with Battlefield, you have to sign up for the EA thing on the 31st and they announce it on the 1st or whatever. And you're like, dude, not a time traveler. Would have been nice to know before. And it was probably on purpose that they did that. But I don't know on that one, but yeah, I don't think there's a rash of them, but I think a shot over the bow is good, right? Sometimes you got to threaten somebody.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, it's effective like that, isn't it? The industry's going to notice that people are wanting their games to be preserved. So, yeah, I remember you're the only other person in the world that remembers Asheron's Call 2 as a game. That taught me about online only requirements and games being taken away.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that is true. That dude. Yeah, Warhammer Online was another one that I played. Now it's come back in multiple forms, which I haven't tracked. By the way, the Defiance TV show was the Defiance MMO. That came back. Huge fan of that game when it came out. I played the crap out of that game and then went away. You couldn't play it. I think there's a difference, though, and I want to point this out. Those are MMOs, meaning their whole entity was online.
Yeah.
I do think that a company needs to explain to everybody why you have a single player online check. That's ridiculous to me. So like Battleborn, where you're like, dude, seriously, what are you doing? Like, there is, now I know much of it's private piracy. Which is, I mean, we did have a developer on that was watching torrents, and they knew that somebody was preparing to release the cracked version of their game. And dude, it was pretty crazy. It was like sales. Go online, 6 million, torrents for this game, and you'll have everybody tell you they were never going to buy it. Not all of them were, of course, but if there's a small percentage and these companies work on a percent, it's going to happen.
I don't want to
call is a good example.
I don't want to derail your story, but I want to join into that because I have disagreements with people all the time over piracy, right? I have my stance on it. I think ethical piracy is a real and valid thing, and I I don't think that games as a medium should be barred from people, but I believe that if you can pay to play a game, then you should. If you have the means, then that's what you should be doing. But there's a massive social movement, social media movement, where it's kind of cool to pirate, and everyone should do that for whatever reason. Oh, you don't like Nintendo, you should steal their games. You don't like EA, you should steal their games, and all the rest of it. You see that a lot, and it gets a lot of vocal support. And that's kind of a leading question because I've given you my stance on it. But where are you on piracy, the do's and don'ts, the rights and wrongs? What do you think? Because you talk to developers all the time.
Yeah, I mean, so I guess I don't even understand. So they're saying it's cool to steal or pirate the game.
You don't see that.
I don't see that on my
everywhere all the time.
No. Okay. So regardless, I mean, I believe you because it's the internet. You can see anything you want. I can see, Only Beards. I have a website, by the way, Only Beards, if you want to check it out. I would say, so there is absolutely no law that I know of or no requirement whatsoever really in human history other than basic human requirements that most nations or governments supply their people that indicates that you should be able to own Splinter Cell 1. So if a company chooses to remove it and you can't buy it, piracy, if you are stealing it, is still whatever offense wherever you are, federal criminal. That has nothing really to do with the game. It has to do with what you've just taken and if you've chosen to take it. So that is piracy regardless of if you're okay with it or I'm okay with it. It's still piracy. So the big problem is, let's say you decided somehow games were not a part of that. I don't know how you would parse out what's a game and what's not. Is this infotainment? Is this infotainment? Is this blah, blah, blah? I've also heard people say, well, we had somebody on our channel, great. He's a developer. He was an influencer, moved on into game development. And then now he runs his own PR company. And he got the shit kicked out of him, dude. He came on our podcast and he was like, I can't remember what he said. It was something like, well, I lived in a certain town where we didn't have access to something. So I stole it. And he got destroyed. And I was like, okay, it might have been the way he said it. However, because something isn't in your city, you don't have a right to steal it. Like, there is no such thing. There's no argument against it or for it. It is not acceptable. That's as in via laws. You can't just take it. I do think that my big question would be, let's say you lived in Antarctica or something. You didn't have access to something. It turned off. You couldn't buy it in your area because Antarctica has an anti-penguin law, and this is a penguin game. And if you tried to say, well, then I'm allowed to grab it for free, I just don't know if that logic makes any sense whatsoever. But I would also wonder why you wanted the penguin game that bad. In all honesty, I get maybe
You're real penguins. What are you doing? You can't talk. Do you like Power Wash Simulator? It's the same thing.
Like Power Wash Simulator. But it's a weird one. It's almost like, once again, trying to enact a large scale change where in real life it's not. It's just that's a part of life. People are going to grab their music because they'll be like, I love this music and I don't have the money to pay for it, so I'm going to go pirate it. I have for sure gone and got a Comcast warning letter where Comcast is like, so I don't think you're allowed to have that movie. And you're like, oh shit, So it's definitely a thing. Like, but just because it does happen or whatever, I don't quite know why we would magically make it okay. Like, it's just, I would say this though. I have seen a really weird argument, and I don't know if this is what you mean, but this has been really odd to me, where I'll see somebody say something about art or whatever, like, games need to be saved forever, whatever. Okay, whatever. Everything can be saved. That's cool for human history kind of thing, a gene vault, as you will. But that doesn't mean you can play it. That means it's saved. Once you start telling people that, suddenly now the conversation changes, because what they really meant was, I want to be able to download it wherever. And I'm like, I agree with you. Saving it, put it in an archive somewhere, that's saved. Well, no. What we really meant was, so the only way to do that would be a common practice where the game, after a certain amount of time, would be released to the common public, as a digital domain, open to the digital domain for anybody to use. And that's beyond my scope of knowledge, other than knowing it's still a crime regardless. I don't know. It's interesting. I'm trying to think of why somebody would feel they were owed it, but it's a game. I would like you to get fruit if you need it, or some meat. But I'm not too worried if you can't fucking go and download Shogo or No One Lives Forever. Two of my favorite games of all time, which are quite hard to get, or at least No One Lives Forever was quite hard to get for a little while. Yeah, I don't know.
So your line on it is harder and firmer than my line on it. Because when I led into it with the ethical piracy, I have on a silly philosophical level, I would like for games not to be gated by societal status and all the rest of it. That people should, the fact that you're poor or you live somewhere that doesn't have good access to games and stuff, shouldn't ethically or philosophically stop you from being able to access these things. And in those scenarios, I don't mind if people are pirating them. I get what you're saying on the legal side of it. And you're right. That's absolutely, the law is written and you can't just pick and choose which ones you follow and which ones you don't. I get that. But that I consider I'm okay with it. And emulation, games that you can't buy from the publisher anymore and they're selling for 300 quid on eBay or whatever, I don't mind if someone downloads those. So maybe I'm the bad guy as well. But yeah, it's more, I'm surprised you don't see it. I'm impressed that you don't see it. I like your little community. I might have to swim in those waters for a while.
Well, let me ask you another question.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I don't see it. Admittedly, I do a very good job. I have a very particular algorithm cleaning for YouTube and Twitter, both that I do, that make sure that they're pretty much just game news without the overabundance of the weird stuff. I will say this. If we all lived in a Star Trek world where every nation was the same and ran on the same government, I would agree. But you are, in fact, we are actually technically making it, in a weird way, we would almost be technically making it even more class and stratified if we did okay it in one place, not somewhere else. Right now, it's you're not supposed to grab that shit. But if we suddenly say the West can do it, then somebody in Australia is well, dude, our games are already super expensive and we have kangaroos over here that are shitheads and we can't download this game. Now, with abandonware, meaning the true abandonware, right? The company's gone. I don't care what the price on eBay is. I don't even think the price on eBay matters, because if the price on eBay matters, then we can suddenly say the price of anything, if it is a certain amount too much, is instantly stealable, which is a weird conversation to have. If we were okay, if it's a percentage over on eBay, because you know what I'd do? I'd fucking go on eBay. I'd get one copy, crank that price up and say, download everything, everybody, because it's worth $900. I have some old games that are worth a ton on eBay. I don't sell them. But so, and that's just ridiculous. Because you're basically saying, not you, but that would basically be saying that there's an arbitrary amount on a website that indicates a particular thing. What you're saying is what I'm saying, is that in the end, they are gray areas that people are going to take their judgment on. But just like everything we do, you have to pay the piper if you get caught doing something that wherever you are is legal or illegal. The reason why I say that is look at the United States. Most states have different age of marriage. You go to one state and you think it's Kentucky, you're screwed. You're going to be in federal pen somewhere. So overall, you have all these different things. You have to look at where you are, and then you make your own freedom of choice, right? You do your own thing. And by the way, this was, remember Ultima? The RPG Ultima, the original Ultima games.
The original, yeah.
What happens? Dude, right at the starting, they ask you the 7 questions to figure out what type of person you are. And at least 3 involve what we're talking about. Should you be able to steal food if you need food and somebody's left their food out, even though they will now not be able to feed their kid or whatever. The Ultima, where there was never a way to get out of that question without feeling like a dickhead, right? You're either satisfying yourself or I can't remember, but you know what I mean. Which, by the way, are questions we feed LLMs all the time to train them, all the time, because humans have so many different things, and that's why you can't really say yay or nay, because there's so many different caveats to it. I don't know about the abandonware thing. I think it'd be great if companies who went out of business. I told you I wrote the procedures before I started reviewing. That's me. I'm not a big company, and I was able to do that. You know what would be great is if a company wrote into their procedures, the day we go out of business, our games are online. There's a shard for you to download if you want to play the online game. And abandonware is 20 years from now or something, right? Now, emulation is still technically, you're still getting it from somewhere, and you'll hear the thing about ripping and burning, and somebody's like, well, it's my game, I bought it, blah, blah, blah. I think most games have the weird rule that you read at the start in the EULA that like states like what you can and can't do. So you would still have to watch that. But yeah, it's a weird one, man, because like I get it. I want everybody to play everything. But I also, dude, I really don't care about if somebody's like comfortable at all. I never have. I grew up in a life that wasn't comfortable. So I don't give a fuck if somebody's like, oh, he makes me feel good. It's like, hey, that's what's written. That's what you should do. Or if you don't, be prepared. And you'll probably get away with it. 1,000 times probably get away with it. Because do you know who they care about? They care about people who are doing movies, apparently. And I got caught. I remember it was probably the first week that I think any like really like codec came out that allowed you to download a movie. And I believe it was X-Men. It was XVid was the codec. And it was, I can cuss, right? I've cussed already 5 times.
Go for it.
It was shit. It was like Xavier's face. There was like 6 pixels.
Tone it down.
Okay, sorry. It was fucking shit. And so, no, it was terrifyingly bad, right? And so when I was looking at, and I got the warning right away. But it's been a thing for so long that I don't even know how you would repair it or how you would go about repairing it in a legal way, like a official way. So I say, have companies do it now. People, you know how people get in trouble for a joke they said 10 years ago? And you're like, motherfucker, what? Dude, 10 years ago, like the president laughed at that. Like, what do we do? Well, the president at the time. You're like, dude, what are we doing? Like, why are we going back in time? And what we should do is just say, all right, man, we all agree on this. We all agree on the don't kill games. Boom. Let's say from this part forward, get the companies to agree. Sounds doable. There's no loss to them that 20 years, because that's the other thing. It's no loss to anybody. That's why I say it's a gray area, because there's no loss to me or you. It's no loss to the companies. It's just that it passes over the federal law, or it passes over the actual law. You're using the digital service to do the particular thing that they have said in the past was illegal. So no one's going to help you. That's the other thing. I don't know if you saw this, but somebody on the East Coast got caught. And people were freaking out, man. They got caught for pirating movies. And I read the headline, didn't read the rest. So I get this headline. It's like, yeah, a guy gets caught. He's going to get sued or whatever, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, oh, man, that sucks. And of course, I was like, man, I hope he enjoyed Pirates of the Caribbean, right? Like, I was like, bet he enjoyed that. 65 terabytes. And I was like, hold up. Hold up. 60 fucking terabytes? I have like 19 hard drives and I don't have 65. That is ridiculous. I'm like, at some point, that guy's got to be selling those or putting them on a Plex server for somebody. So it was just funny. It's a funny story because I was not prepared for the number and the amount.
And you can afford that much storage space. You can pay for the movie. 69 terabytes.
There you go. Yeah, dude, I remember laughing so hard, like reading that going like, what? But I think that's happened a couple times where, the big ones. I mean, I think most of the people in my Discord have been hit a couple times. I'm a money-based Discord. Like, we talk about particular things. I do have a harsh line about some stuff. Not this. It's not really it doesn't really bother me too much. But it is funny how many of, like, even my Discord fans are like, yeah, got an email from Cox Media. this morning, or got an email from Comcast, or got an email from, Fisher or whatever. Like, and what sucks is, dude, they didn't even waste their bandwidth on something good. They'd be like, yeah, man, I downloaded, I don't know. It was something probably risky, but I'm like, come on, man. Come on. If you're going to get caught, you might as well grab something good. Get some porn. Get something with Jenna Hayes in it. That's all I'm saying.
You have said it. That is fine. Let's talk about, I want to really briefly know, you mentioned there that you've got loads of like old games that are highly valued now. What are they?
Yeah.
The best ones, the most prized ones.
So Ringlord, I don't know how much some of these are, but I do have like Panzer Dragoon Saga. I have two of those, both
two
wrapped. They were on accident too. So I don't collect. Mm-hmm. What I do is buy a game and think I'm going to play it. And then that game gets shoved into a shelf and I don't open the game and then ends up being worth something. So I have Panzer Dragoon Saga. I don't know if this one's Ringlord Saga from the Sega Saturn. No, I beat it like 11 fucking 12 times. I love that game.
Same.
And here's the problem. I'm absolutely sure I owned those two. Because I put them in a shelf and then didn't remember I had them in a shelf and bought the other one. It's typical. So Ringlord Saga, which I don't know if it's worth anything. I have an original Zillion, which is a Sega Master System game. One of my favorite games of all time. Again, I don't know what some of those are worth. I have all the Phantasy Stars, shrink wrapped, new actually, whatever, on a shelf. Last Bronx, all the Virtua Fighters, every single one of those. I did collect those, weirdly. So here's the problem. Back in the day, there were always those rumors about scratching discs. It was like, man, if you breathe on the disc, you got to put toothpaste on it, and then you got to boil it, and then you got to circle it, and you got to make some kind of sacrifice to Odin, and therefore it'll work. And I think what I was doing was proactively buying a couple of these, because I'll never sell them. I mean, otherwise I would have. I think I was proactively, like, just nervous. I do double up on a lot of physical media at times. Like, if I have a DVD version and the Blu-ray version comes out, by the way, let me tell you how stupid this is. I don't have a fucking DVD player. I don't have a Blu-ray player.
You're a Mac,
but I do have the consoles.
shiny discs.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, exactly. I do have the consoles, so technically I could watch it. But I buy them. I also want to support the people. I really do like some of the stuff that I buy so much that I sort of dream that some dude is sitting in his house and he gets a residual check for 13 cents because I bought a Sega Saturn game brand new, or not Sega Saturn, but you know what I mean, like a Blu-ray disc or whatever. Yeah, I own a lot of that stuff.
Someone bought your Afro Samurai 2. 13 cents deposit.
No, that never happened. I support all that stuff. I have the big thing I collect are the making of and the art books. So art books are a ripoff 99% of the time. In fact, there's a certain company and they know who they are. This is Black-Hearted. So let's talk about something that matters. This is crazy to me. There are particular companies that do art books, and do you know what they do? They print about 150 to 300, and they have their own store on eBay.
Oh, so they pretend like they are the collector of their collector's item.
Yes, and we are. There is some looking into that right now. I could not believe how black-hearted that is. That is a step above, man. There is something about that I'm like, what the? When I found out about it. So, but I do have like Control's art book. Control making of was pretty expensive. I'll usually ask for them for Christmas as my one present or something because they are not cheap. I love the making of stuff. So that more than games is what I have. Because games, dude, I was poor a lot of times. I had to sell a lot of my games. Mm-hmm. I mean, there have been times where I've gone through the house, couldn't make rent or whatever. You know, you're just grabbing every novel you have, every sword that you bought from Bud K, and you go down to the pawn shop and you're like, you know, you walk in and you're just hoping the guy's in a good mood. Yeah. Because, you know, you're trying to make rent. And yeah, there's a couple times where I sold some stuff I really liked and never got them back. That sucks. What's your most collectible item you have?
It's the same as yours, and I have it here. Actually, you might see it. I've got my Panzer Dragoon Saga. I don't know if it looked like this in the US because you had the smaller Saturn games. You had the crystal. We cases.
Had smaller,
but this, my fat teenage hands ripped the cardboard sleeve. Otherwise, this would be quite valuable. It's probably reasonably valuable now, but
it's probably reasonably, yeah. I would assume it's probably still worth something.
I went straight in there to get them discs out. They were a little bit stubborn in coming out of the box, and I just put my hand in there, watched it tear, didn't care at the time, didn't think. But they made the UK one, there's like less
it was
than
worth it.
10,000 when they made it. Like new, because the Saturn just wasn't a big thing.
So. That makes sense. Yeah. I hadn't even thought of, and in the United States, it wasn't. I mean, it released 6 months early. I was there day one when they unpacked it on accident.
Mm-hmm.
And the Sega Saturn's the only time I've ever bought something what's the term? Unreliable. I bought it without any preparedness for the financial hit. Yeah. I usually know when something's coming out because it's the industry and you can check those things, see when they're released, unless they're shadow drop and it's only $50. That was not $50, and Clockwork Knight was there and all the others. And of course I had to have those. So I called up a friend, Jason. I know he does actually track me a lot. Thank you again. He ended up spotting me the cash, and it was not a small amount. It was say 500, 600 total because I got controllers, the games, but it was 6 months early, man. And it was at least for that time, playing Sega Daytona with the world drawn in 3 inches in front of you, with the world's worst
and Sonic missing
that
from
you
the
could
wall.
Possibly imagine. Bro, it was like having CTE the entire. It was horrendous, and it was the most glorious time. I remember going home and playing that game with my friend. He's passed away, but Randy, we were sitting there and we were playing, and I was like, and I was, already out of school or whatever, and just being like, dude, this is one of the greatest experiences I've ever had, because I had played them all in the arcade, and they weren't near it, but it didn't matter. They were close, and it was one of the times, like, I really do love games, and those times where that kind of thing happens, fuck, I wouldn't trade that memory for anything, because it was one of the greatest times I ever had with a friend, like, in my life. It was such a good time.
I love Daytona. I had so I played the Saturn version before ever seeing it in an arcade. Arcades weren't really a big thing around where I was. And I got the Saturn one, and I loved it, and I played it. And then one day I went to there was a Sega World in London, in the Trocadero, where they had 8-player Daytona all lined up to play multiplayer. And this is one of those memories, like you say, that I just wouldn't take away. But I remember driving around that simple little oval and getting to a corner and seeing this engraving of Sonic. And I was like, wow, they didn't do that on the Saturn.
They didn't do that on the Saturn. Yeah.
Simple things.
Dude. I always forget. Well, I don't always forget, but it's like, it's good to be reminded that this is why the internet and Discord and all this shit is amazing, dude. Because I would have never talked to somebody like yourself with a completely different experience for, let's say, the rarity of an item, right? Mm-hmm. So when I get in Discord, one of the greatest things ever in my life, it will not be replaced, is talking to a new person and asking them where they're from. Dude, as somebody who's super sociable with his friends, all that kind of stuff, it's hard to get out of work. It's hard to get out of your town. And now we have that ability where you're like, where are you from? And you'll hear somebody. I have a multiple truck driver. I don't know why. I don't know why. But I have multiple truck drivers, in particular, Australian truck drivers who are part of the Discord. And they'll be like, yeah, man, I'm driving the truck. I'm staying on the side of the road and I'm playing this game. And I was listening to the podcast, blah, blah, blah. So I live in Australia. I would have never talked to that person. Like, there's something that's so cool, because those memories you have where you see that's a physical memory, and maybe you had friends with you, and I had friends. I had Randy with me. But I got to say, I feel like where we are now, with the ability to reach out to people, talk to yourself, Gaz, like these people that I'm just like, dude, I would have never, it's not even that I would have never thought about talking to them. It's that the actual possibility was not there. And it feels like travel's truncated down, and the ability to reach out to people and find out what the price for a game is in Australia is dramatically different, right? Mm-hmm. Than the price somewhere else. And you sit there going, oh, no wonder this person has this kind of comment whenever somebody says, because the dudes, wherever they are, they're experiencing a completely different situation, or where they're like, yeah, the system hasn't got here. And you're like, what system hasn't got there? And they're like, oh, this console, whatever. What? They're like, yeah, we don't get the console for another 6 months. And that idea of just like how awesome it is to be able to talk to people like that. I think as a developer, it'd be even cooler, because as a developer back in the old day, you sell your game and you sell to Walmart. That's it. You can't track that to Joe Blow. Now, unfortunately, they get feedback like on Steam reviews, which are the cancer of society. But it's still cool. It's still awesome that you can have that communication about this kind of stuff. What about statues and shit? Do you like? I got one.
I got nothing. I'm not a big collector. I've got these like displays behind me, and that's my limit. And I've got like 3 of those.
They were great, by the way.
4. They are very nice. But no, I've never had like that kind of. Or no, I've had enough money to spend on things like that, but I've always been very focused on just buying games and technology and not having anything spare to get statues and toys. Much as I would love to, I would love to have a big collection of things that I could prop up and go, yeah, here's my Lich King, isn't he cool? Here's my like this character from this game, I love him. But no, I've got almost nothing.
Display's awesome. However, it's gonna sound crazy, so bear with me. There's a company that I'm going to mention their name that absolutely trumps anything Discord's done. And I cannot believe I got it. And I cannot believe more people aren't talking about it. Walmart. Walmart has a custom metal engraving where any picture you give them, they can print onto steel. Let me grab this. Ooh. It is the coolest fucking... I've never seen anything like this. And I bought it on a whim because I was like, that can't be as cool as they're showing. Because you'll see stuff on the internet and it's lit up even though it's a painting. So when you get it, it doesn't look... cool. But
wonder if we can get that in the UK. I'm already filled with envy because
so this is on metal and it's Warhammer 2.
I can see part of it, and part of it is cropped away because it thinks it's a person. It almost thinks it's a person. It's like, that's definitely a face, but people aren't that big and it's taking away bits. But yeah.
Okay. Sorry about that.
No, that's all good.
I apologize. I was so, yeah, it probably thinks this person. But anyway, it's Warhammer 2, and it's a metal print. And yes, I did check to make sure I could print it, by the way. No piracy. So I went to Walmart one day, and I had always printed stuff on Zazzle. I'm a big custom. I think customization nation right now, which we live in, the ability to like get a mug that you want is one of the coolest things in the world. All the shirts, the shit like that. Walmart had this, and I was like, that just can't possibly be that cool for that cheap. And I got it printed, and dude, it's one of the coolest things ever, because while I like Displate, unless you get the metal flake one, which is highly expensive, or the lit ones, they don't always replicate what you see in the pictures, because most companies, you're looking at an LED, which is emitting light, which the picture will not do. And dude, I'm telling you, like, that's one of the first times I don't get like choked up or emotional or whatever, but it's one of the times where the customization that you want, like painting a car or whatever, is in gaming. Like, I was able to get something that wasn't a statue of half a chick's bust, like Dying Light or some ripoff, right? It was something I wanted, and I was able to get what I wanted. That's easily the coolest thing I've ever got when it comes to gaming. And didn't even cost that much. It was very, very cool to see. Yeah, I got it at Walmart. Yeah, FTW.
That's awesome.
So yeah, it was very cool.
I don't know if we have like walnut. Yeah, I'm sticking with it. Walnuts.
Walmart.
Do you eat walnuts?
Yeah, Walmart. Walnuts are actually good.
I think Walmart own Asda over here, and I doubt they have a comparable service. But might be able to get
just go to Zazzle.
Zazzle.
Zazzle is worldwide. Yeah, yeah. I don't know if they have metal like this, but they're worldwide. I just buy a lot of that art. I'm a big art fan. And dude, one of the greatest things in the world, get a good screenshot software. Take a high-res screenshot. Sky's the limit, man. Because the screenshot isn't technically in the same aspect of taking an artist's work that they drew or painted. So you can print those, at least here. And oh, dude, I have a Forza one, not metal, that is just, it doesn't even look like a game, because I purposely took the picture without the car in it. I took a picture of the landscape. And if you were to walk by, you would think that was like the old Microsoft green prairie landscape, you know, HD wall. It is just, games are awesome, man. The art in some of these games, like especially the more we go forward, the more we see a Horizon Zero Dawn. And that game like looked like Bob Ross decided to make a video game, which is one of the coolest experiences I've ever had. I'm a big art fan, though.
So you like Horizon Zero Dawn?
I like them. But for me, the big thing for me is absolutely the art and the style of the art. And dude, neon, robots, dinosaurs, yeah. That's like When I grew up, that was the thing, man. Like that is amazing. You might as well just put some ninjas in there. And I would be like, dude, if you had a ninja group in there fighting off the dinosaurs, that'd be awesome. I loved the art style of that game. It was, yeah, one of those few that you look at and you're like Ori in the Blind Forest. One of the, I mean, that, I think it's good proof that games can be art, because there is some discussion sometimes. Not discussion that people are saying it's not, but like exactly how you personify it. But man,
the curse of them being called video games means that you get that line where it means it's entirely, they can only be fun and they can't be anything more, because that's what a game is. It's supposed to be fun. If they had a different name, then people might see them a little bit differently, because I reckon for me, it's the best medium. I love it. I love playing games, and they can do so much, and they will do so much going forwards. They can be more than fun to me.
Yeah, I mean, you mean because, I get you. Because
people pigeonhole it.
/ has to be fun. I don't think I would ever say, boy, Hellblade 2's fun. That would be really weird. That would be really weird. Like, I would question if that person is trustworthy or not. There's multiple games I've played about like psychology or emotional drift. There's all kinds of games that are available on Steam. One of the first games I ever reviewed, and unfortunately I can't remember the name of it, but it involved a killer. He had forgot that he was the killer. It was like almost like a memento or whatever, he had amnesia. But it was about mental, breakage, and there was nothing fun about it. It was a fantastic game. There's nothing fun about it.
Yeah. Let's loop back to, at the start of the show when I asked you what kind of games you played, you mentioned first-person shooters. And you mentioned a lot of crusty old single-player boomer shooters, right? From Doom to Duke Nukem to Hexen to Heretic, and all of these ones that I would love as well. But none of them were specifically multiplayer. Do you also love a multiplayer first-person shooter, or are you specifically single-player oriented?
First and best multiplayer ever first-person shooter is Unreal 1999. Sorry. And anybody who argues is wrong, flatly. But there's a shit ton, man. Yeah, dude. Well, Halo, obviously. Call of Duty, Battlefield. I don't think they're always the best games, but I've enjoyed almost the multiplayer in almost every single one of them. I actually had a lot of fun in this last Call of Duty, surprisingly, man. I was not expecting to enjoy this, just hanging out with the buds playing this last Call of Duty, because I'm not really that kind. I don't know. I guess I just didn't expect it. But Battlefield, I did almost all the Steam games that have come out recently. The sort of, I don't know what you call these games, dude. Sort of not carbon copies, but pseudo copies of the Extraction. I call it the Extraction service genre now. I mean, it might as well be a cafe, like conveyor belt of Extraction games. And Hunt Showdown's one of my favorite titles of all time. Phenomenal sound sound system in that. Big fan of that. Yeah, I would say I play almost all the bigger ones, and then I pick and choose if I have time to play the smaller ones, because I do buy them all. So I even buy the ones I get the review for. So it's not necessarily a super cheap hobby. That was one thing you were saying, gaming is the best hobby, and I would agree with you. But I would also say it is by far, other than airsoft for me, it is by far my most expensive hobby. That it's not even in the same stratosphere when it comes to the amount of money that you spend on those. What about you? Favorite?
So my favorites, right? And this is going to be relevant when we get on to Battlefield 6, but my favorites are Quake 3. Loved Quake 3.
Oh, yeah. Dreamcast or PC?
Funnily enough, I started on the Dreamcast, and this is what got me into PC gaming in the first place. Yeah, I started on the Dreamcast, got the Dreamcast keyboard
buttons
and
to move right,
mouse.
left.
Oh, have you ever gone back and tried that? I don't know how people played that. It's so difficult.
3 weeks ago in the chat, it took us forever to figure out a way to stream it because I have all the start boxes or whatever they called it. But I had the HDMI, didn't even remember. Dude, up, down, left, right. And I got to admit, it might be why I play, weirdly enough, lefty when I do. Most first-person shooters. I'm ambidextrous, but I predominantly, I think I got quaked, man. Like, I played the crap out of that Dreamcast, man. That version was ace. But continue. So you played that. That got you into PC.
It's not just like it's not just the controls either. The controls are the thing that I cannot go back to. I've tried a few times, and it's really hard to pick up and play that now after more modern systems. But it was also So in the UK, we had a 28K modem. You got, I think, 56 in the US. You had a much better modem than us, but it was laggy as fuck by today's standards. And you just got used to that amount of tracking with your railgun. Like you had to shoot a quarter of a second ahead of where your opponent was going to be, and that was just the game, and it was brilliant. I got the keyboard and mouse on that. I loved it so much. And along with Phantasy Star Online, which blew my mind, I decided, I'm going to go into the bigger world of online games, because actually these are the best thing I've come across ever in my life, and I want to do some more. And that was a whole lot of time. It became a whole lot of time on Quake 3 and Asheron's Call 2 on the PC. That was my transition from Dreamcast to PC, was those two games leading into other online games. I love
those. Are
Quake
vastly different games, man. Like
they're an online
crazy.
RPG and Quake, right? Quake is Quake, it's just bigger. And Phantasy Star was like, I want to adventure with friends. So Asheron's Call 2. I loved both of those. I put so many hours into them. But Quake was very customizable on the PC and very competitive. And like with other games, the thing to do was to tank your settings so that everything was flat, no textures, anything like that.
Oh, that old,
and
that
make
old
your
game,
enemies
man.
Illuminous green, right?
Yeah.
That's how I play my shooting games. That's why I struggled to hell and back with Battlefield 6, because I'm playing it like Quake 3 Arena, and I'm just like legging it out into the open, jumping around like an idiot, not seeing my opponents, and getting killed in the smoke.
That's why I love custom skins, because some Ren and Stimpy bastard will come around a corner. I'll be like, thank you very much for making sure I can see yo ass. I agree with you. I started Battlefield. So Call of Duty, without the destruction because it doesn't have it, it's a little easier to parse the enemies already, I feel. A little bit more angular. You go into Battlefield and you turn that game on. First of all, it looks good, runs well. And there's just especially far away, man, they get close. You know, it's hard sometimes to parse if that's the tip of a guy's head at a rock, not very far away, which I sort of like. I mean, I do like the crunchy, super difficult like shooters, but this is people. It's not AI. I overall, I thought it was really good. I didn't expect you to try to jump in though. I don't know why. Did you do Battlefields prior? I feel like you and I have talked about. For some reason, I feel like we talked about this.
We probably have. I have a very specific take on Battlefield every time there is a new Battlefield. And this one is better than the last couple. I can see and acknowledge that straight away. But it's still Battlefield. And my experience of Battlefield is always that I go in, I run to an objective for however long it takes. In this one, it's quite short. In other ones, it's been quite long. But I run to an objective and I get blown up by a tank. And I respawn and I run to an objective and I get sniped by someone hiding in the long grass. And I respawn and I run to an objective and I get a helicopter land on my face. I'm dead. And then it pops up, victory.
Dude, that's awesome.
No, I didn't do anything. There's too many players. I'm not having any influence on this. I'm not doing anything but dying. I'm not having fun. But my goodness, it's spectacular to look at, just to see the things and the experiences that other people are having. I love Battlefield and I don't enjoy Battlefield. And that's been my experience with the beta as well.
Yeah. I don't know what the overall thought process is, if people are loving it or not. I don't really care until we play the real. This is a beta, so who knows what. But I will say this, dude. I would say I agree with pretty much what you say, especially when it comes to the success thing. You start getting a ton of people who are in one side. You do feel less. You feel more like a cog than you do, a singular entity, which is fine, by the way. But I will say this. I grabbed the LMG and I just made sure to throw some smoke and made sure to lay down some suppressing fire. I did quite well, surprised many times above 50, which I wasn't aiming. So I was, I'm like, thanks for walking into the bullets, buddies. But I will say, I felt pretty useful in the support, because this is what I've done so far. Support 6 or 7 games and then a bunch of games with your typical sort of run and gun. I never felt success in this one yet. So I would say I agree with you. Somebody was asking me yesterday if I wanted to play, and I was like, yeah, I'll for sure play. But I do want to inform you that for whatever reason, I also feel the same way. There's something about it, even when I pulled off a cool shot in this game, something about it's not doing the, that dopamine hit of like, okay, I scooped this guy. But it could also be because, dude, I don't know about you, I feel like you die fast in this. I was able to kill people from so far away in that game. I felt
with
like
a shotgun.
with pretty much anything. And I like it. I don't have a problem. Hey, it's a bullet. It's a game. You got to play better, I guess, is what they need to do. But I definitely felt like I killed a lot of people without the skill that might be required in another game. But I'm also okay with that because it is, there's a bunch of people on each team. These are the modes that I've been playing. So I don't know, man. It looks good. It's a different feel. I don't want a Call of Duty clone. I want a competitor for my time. And so far it is, but it's not feeding. It's feeding it in a different way. I just don't know how long it'll last. I feel like this is a question that's been popping up a lot for us lately with games. Mm-hmm. Like old game, new game. You saw this recently that of the like for the last couple of years now, 60% of people are playing games like 6 years or older.
Yeah.
Like just, that's nuts, man. Like it's changed the environment, backlogs, all that kind of stuff. So, yeah.
Yeah.
What about Rainbow Six? Like old Dreamcast Rainbow Six, one of the best Rainbow Sixes ever made.
Played loads of that split screen co-op, right? Mm.
Yeah, and fooling your friend into thinking you were running, so he followed you because he was watching your screen. You go around the corner, drop the sticky C4, and wait for him and panic loudly so he hears you beside him. So my friend and I'd be like, oh my God, just completely hamming it up, go around the corner. Oh my God. Oh shoot, I gotta heal. And then he's like, I'm on the hunt. And he'd come around that corner and be like, boom. And here on the, just, that 1 foot away, hear him go, you son of a, and I was just like, co-op gaming on a split screen has a magic to it that just is not, I love co-op gaming. I like having friends come over anyway. It's just, there's something about it, dude. There's something, it's like that intimate. And this is why the It Takes Two guy is so good. Joseph Fares is so good at making games. He has nailed that you want to and have to play that game in that particular style. Even though technically you're not co-op, locally you can do it. And it's all about that, which I think is awesome. One of the greatest.
Love it. The stuff that you said about Call of Duty being easier to pass the enemies and stuff, for me, for Battlefield, and this new one in particular, there's so much smoke everywhere that it's so confusing. I just can't see a thing.
Yeah, there's a lot. Yeah.
I'm the same in real life though, because I can't play, and this is a me thing, like this is bordering abnormal, but I can't play sports where people aren't wearing kits. One-on-one, I can fight someone, one on everyone, I can fight someone, but if I'm playing football and people are just in casual clothes, it's like casual game, I cannot pass who is on my team and who is not. And I struggle so much with Call of Duty and Battlefield. That's why I like Halo, I like Quake 3, and I like Illuminous Green.
Yeah, right. One of the greatest hits I ever licked on somebody in football in my life. Totally horizontal, folded him, didn't even have the ball. Thought he did. So
okay.
I get what you mean. I laid that out. I remember my coach going, I don't want to say, he's like, my last name. He's like, dude, amazing hit. Didn't have the ball. And I was like, what? Because I smoked it. And I was like, yeah, man. Oh, shit. And they're still running. I was like, damn, what the hell happened? I get where you're coming from. I think martial arts probably taught you a little bit on, for the most part, you were probably trained on self-defense. You definitely taught to occasionally defend against multiple people, but usually defending just means running like a son of a bitch because multiple people are going to school you unless you really know what you're doing.
I never need to figure out who's on my team in a martial art.
Yeah, everybody's my enemy in a fight. Like there's some stories about that too. I've seen some people, friends, I've never done this, but I've seen some people where somebody jumped in to help them, just laid out. And I'm like, yeah, you probably should have announced yourself, man. Like, I feel like that might be your fault. Dude, I think the parsing of stuff also goes towards Doom. So I like Doom a lot, the recent one. I loved it. And I love the color stuff. But I did play it. It was very slow. So I played it at the max speed because it felt glacial to me. But I think sometimes too much color is worse because I felt that the only way to play that game was to turn the special item that you could rebound back, the special colored globes in the new Doom. I had to turn it to where they were identical to the others, because if you look, there's always a physical difference between the reboundable ones and the others.
Bit of extra particles or something.
Correct. Yeah, a little bit of a different shape, or you could adjust it a little bit, but so it's not so. Sometimes it reminds you of like a Miami Vice episode. Everybody's like in neon blue and green. Like it's a little too colorful. But I agree with you on Halo, being able to see that distinct difference. You could also turn on the pip indicators. I would assume those were on in your game of Battlefield.
I was in the little circle.
Yeah, or the diamond above. You should. Yeah, the little. Wait a minute. No, they only show.
They come up in certain circumstances, right?
You are correct. I just played that. I just realized you are absolutely correct. They do not show up all the time, because I remember pinging somebody and being like, "Is that a good guy?" Oh, he died, and it hadn't shown up. But I was like, "I'm going to shoot at him," and it turned out to be the enemy. So yeah, you're right. It doesn't show up. That's
it for me. I'm like, "Oh, is that a good guy?" I'm not sure. I shoot it a bunch of times, and then I go, "Oh no, wait, that was a chimney." Moving on.
Yeah. Oh, dude, I really felt good about a shot I made against a rock this morning. I thought it was a head. And so I'm like, bang, got him for sure. And it was, and I was like, oh, dude, are you kidding me? And of course, everybody knew where I was. And I was like, oh, damn it. But yeah. I know exactly where you're coming from on that. That is for sure a thing. I would say I agree with you in that it's, I don't know, man. I love that I don't need to love it. And that's where I am with Battlefield. I think that as gamers, we've got way too accustomed to this is the best, this is the worst.
The question on Battlefield, though, and I'm going to interrupt my own question and just say thank you, Gamsley, for the 10 memberships. For those of you that have got those, you're very welcome into the Discord. Thank you very much. That is much appreciated.
You rock.
Definitely. The question, though, so Battlefield, you say you don't love it, right? But Battlefield's going to be expensive.
Not yet.
So that Battlefield's that puts EA Pro. Well, yeah, for the people. I mean, EA Pro is expensive. I've got it because I'm a subscription idiot and I have subscriptions and I can't help myself.
Me too.
But like, it kind of needs to be a game that people love, doesn't it? To do well. Are people going to shell out for Battlefield? No, you reckon they're going to get it even if it's just a background kind of? It's okay. I'll jump in occasionally.
No, I don't think either one makes sense. Think about it this way. If you don't love it, you won't buy it. That's it. It doesn't need to be. The people who buy it are going to be the people who love it. There isn't an overarching, they need to love it. We've seen terrible games sell well. That's not what you're talking about, I know. But I'm just saying, I don't think so. I think the price difference that you're talking about, that's a thing. Price is for sure a thing. Any $10 up or down, it's noticeable, good or bad. Subscription is there. People should take advantage of it, especially on a game where they don't know, And I think EA gives you a deal if you buy them. Am I wrong on that? I think EA gives you a percentage off if you. Okay.
I'd love to answer, but I've had Ubisoft Plus for 4 years without playing a single Ubisoft game.
Oh damn! I have like Division 1 and 2 installed. We just beat Division 1. So I guess I would say this. I said no too quickly. I don't know what it really means to say people are going to need to love it. I think what you might be saying is people are going to need to love it commensurate with the exceptionally high price, or changed price.
Your kind of feeling on it, whereas it's okay and you'll play it sometimes. If in your review system, is that something people should buy? Is that enough? Because it's not a free-to-play game that you can think is okay and just dip your toes in when you feel like it.
I have no clue, but I'll tell you if it's all like the beta, no. But there's no SP in the beta. There's no single player. So like that's a huge deal, because that might be 6 or 8 hours in and of itself, which definitely I will say that most of the time these games don't feel Call of Duty in particular. Call of Duty's had some great campaigns and some balls campaigns and super short campaigns, depending on if it's Black Ops or if it's Call of Duty. So it'll just depend, but I would definitely say it's probably going to be one of those games, dude, that I don't know. Do you see much of an overlap between the SP and the MP? Because I play both, but the number of people that shock me, Asa, they shock me. And they'll be like, I played just the SP of Call of Duty, or I've never turned the single player of Call of Duty on. And I'm like, it's not that I'm saying, damn, I can't believe that you didn't like one or the other. But I guess when I buy something, if there are multiple options, I always try them out, even if I'm not reviewing a game. I don't know why. I guess that's just me. But I'm like, if I had an SP in a game, even if I love the multiplayer, I would still try out the single player. But it's because I never know.
Yeah, it's a weird one. Like Halo probably made the right call in separating the two out, much as it was a bit controversial. And I'm not a fan of free-to-play kind of pricing models for the multiplayer in general. I kind of am not. But they made the right decision in separating them out because there is a distinctly different audience. And it has been, like, over the years of all of these games, Call of Duty, Battlefield, Halo, everything that's done both traditionally, like these older games, these generational games that have done both and done both well at different points in time, to continue to focus on both has been kind of detrimental, because like you say, Call of Duty has had years of terrible campaigns every now and again. Battlefield dropped the campaign entirely, and Halo's had a mix where they seem to get one right and not the other with each release. It's very difficult for multiple reasons to deliver both complete packages for single player and multiplayer. But especially for Halo, like, I grew up on the campaign and I grew up on the multiplayer, and I can't allow them to slip on either one. So it's a difficult situation as a developer to get that right, to get that balance, and to give me everything that I want, and for me to be somehow satisfied. I don't really know what the correct answer is on that. For Battlefield, I'll definitely, like I say, I've got the EA subscription, so they're going to put it in my lap, and I will play both. I'm going to have a look at the campaign. If it insists that I play it stealthily, then I'll switch it off and play the multiplayer.
I would say I haven't got to your point yet with Halo. I would say I still, from the very most instinctual basic level, think it was a disaster splitting them, including developer support, and trying to balance single player, multiplayer. Do you patch everything as one entity across your executables? Do you upload everything as one patch? Now you have separate patches, separate deltas, different blah, blah, blah. Then you have co-op in one and you multiplayer in the other, and a person goes, well, co-op is multiplayer, blah, blah, blah. And now you have even more. Do I have to have the multiplayer version to play the co-op in this version over here? And you're like, oh, Jesus, here we go. Regardless, doesn't really matter, because I think we've seen some do good on both. We've seen some split it. But ultimately, I've never seen or heard of a developer state that splitting them, or a developer that's worked on a SP version of a game and a MP version of a game that hasn't stated that from their very basic core there are adjustments made if they're separate packages. And I don't like those separate packages. Being the multiplayer usually feels a very particular way if it's separate. And I don't like the feel of those games for the most part, whether it be the unlocks, there's something about them where a lot of times when you have the single player packaged in, a lot of developers have a tendency to overlap good ideas. And a lot of times if you're doing MP and single player separate, you actually have different teams. And I mean full teams, right? Now, Call of Duty is big enough. They have separate teams even in their combined game.
Separate teams to make the mannequin in the convenience store.
Yeah,
on the side
no
of the
shit.
map,
Their main menu, their main menu has a special company in like Cambodia that's and you're just like, damn, you guys, 14,000 people working at Ubisoft. It's like, geez, some of these companies are huge. So I agree with you in what you first said. I haven't got to the point to where I think it's a good idea yet. But that's history talking as well. I don't know. Yeah. Like, I don't know, man. I was not a big fan of Call of Duty. Was the extracted the battle royale,
Warzone, yeah,
like warfare. Oh, wow! Like that's wow, man, wow. It felt like everything I hate in those kind of games, and which I hadn't felt prior in like the multiplayer stuff that I had the experience of playing in Call of Duty. It's an odd situation, dude, because like you're absolutely right that sometimes splitting it gonna make it so that you can do special things. You can also separate it from what we just talked about earlier. Is a game going away? What if you stop supporting the single player and they're combined? Oh, multiplayer, no one can play it, whatever, the old stuff. Now you've got but when I open a Call of Duty, like that panel of disaster, where they've got Call of Duty.
Multi-Call of Duty launcher. Oh, man.
Bro, I didn't know some games weren't in it, so I kept downloading the same version of the game going, what in the hell? It's not showing up in the main menu, man. What is going on? This should be all the color. Oh, it's not all the Call of Duties. And you're like, dude, who thought that was a good plan? And if it had everything, I would be less saying this, but it's the fact that you say this is the main menu front end, but guess what? It's not. And you're like, dude, then what'd you say it in the first place for? Like, what are you doing? This makes no sense. So, all-terrain vehicle, but it only goes on water. And like, well, then it's fucking not all-terrain, man. Like, I don't quite know what their idea was for that. And I'm sure it has to do with IP. The other thing I just want to say is this, whatever you and I are talking about, I don't care what a company has problems with.
Yeah.
I don't care if it's hard for them. I don't care what it costs them. They're asking for money. So, for example, when they say, let's say, all of our Call of Duties are going to be on a main menu, or this is the way to get into all of our Call of Duty, this is the way to experience, blah, 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 and they don't do that, I don't care if they tell me that there was an IP issue, or if they say, well, it's blah, blah, blah. It's like, I don't give a shit. That has nothing to do with me. You said it, do it. You asked me for the money. You want me to use your system that's supposedly a transparent window between all of your stuff? You need to deliver that. It's not... Gaming has become this friggin' weird apology accept on both sides, by the way, but an apology accepting thing. Like I said, this goes back to the No Man's Sky thing, you know, where it's like, oh, but look at No Man's Sky. Yeah, look at it. Do you know why we're talking about No Man's Sky? It's not only that we got free DLC. Would we got that free DLC? Would we have got it if that game had been good day one with all that content that they had originally promised, not all the extra stuff? Do you think it would have been free? I want to know, because I don't. I do not believe No Man's Sky's continual content would have continued to be free. And even have that step-by-step process in which they do it, it would have been a completely separate process for the business side.
Yeah,
or
no,
do
I
you
agree.
think...
No, I think you give someone an opportunity to make money, they're going to take that opportunity to make money pretty much every time.
Absolutely. Yeah. So, dude, it's weird, man. I mean, like I said, I'm not bitching. You know, I like the Call of Duty game. I like the last one, but I see some of this stuff and I'm like, dude, what are we doing? I had somebody tell me, I can't remember what it was. There was some issue in a game and somebody was like, dude, why don't we, you know, if you want them to continue, you should buy it. And I was like, God damn, man. We're that beta? Like, seriously? I'm not a fucking bank. Like, why am I paying them for something they're not delivering? It doesn't make any goddamn sense. Like, at all. It's so weird. It's not I think I was talking one time, it's not a charity. Gaming, at times, you will have especially fans of platforms, which is doubly creepy. If you're worshiping a 12-inch by 12-inch plastic box, walk outside and just never come back. That's creepy. And you will get these situations where people are like, you should support them anyway. Yeah, there's nothing on this or there's nothing on that. I'm not saying that you and I disagree that there is something on there. I'm saying when even the fan says that, you know, there's nothing here in this game yet, but there will be. And you're like, damn. Isn't that weird to you? Because I don't know if...
Yeah.
Dude, what if my book had 70 missing pages? Like, what the hell? What would you do? Can you imagine that shit? What if you just sit back, watch a movie, halfway through Captain America is just running and then it's over? And you're like, well, it'll get better. But you already paid for the movie. But it's not a charity, man. It's not, they're the ones getting all the money, right? And that's why when I say a game's good, I truly do believe it's good, because I do believe it's not a charity. I buy the game. I'll review the game. I told you $60 is what I had to pay. Your version of 60 may be different, but you'll always know my version of 60 relative. You can look back at titles. If I ever treat gaming as a charity, I can't ever review again. Ever. If I ever treated gaming as a charity, the other thing that's a charity that blows me away, Asa, it's creepy, dude. Yeah, man, this game's only got 8 developers working on it. I don't give a shit. It's still $60. And then you find out the dumbasses didn't look and they hired a bunch of contractors. Look at what happened with the Ascent. People came out and said the Ascent had like 9 people working in a basement under slave labor who were beaten all the time and barely got the game out and fought off cancerous monsters. And the developer had to release their own indicator that we had other contractors working with us because they believed it would be detrimental if somebody did an investigation and was like, what the hell is going on here? There's something creepy about that, man. There's like, if the game is worth it, the game is worth it and you buy it, how do you know you can believe if somebody tells you 8 people worked on? Like, how would you even investigate that? Like,
Abdel's got a
that
good
kind of
example on
stuff.
your charity thing when a remaster of an old game comes out and people are like, oh, you should buy the remaster to support and show your interest in the IP so that you get a sequel one day. Good example.
Then we just did a report on this. Now, admittedly, we might have missed 1 or 2 games, but I believe it's 97% of games that got remasters never got a sequel or have yet to have got any kind of sequel or any kind of continued IP use. Yeah, I agree with the idea of what he's saying, because some companies, I'm sure, do a port or a remaster. I think a lot of companies do ports and remasters, though, just like Transformers remaster, where they upscale something to a higher res when new TVs are out. It doesn't mean Michael Bay is going to say, let's make an exact sequel. Bad example was Michael Bay will make a sequel, Transformers, for the rest of his life. Do you get what I mean? Happens all the time in movies. How many times have we got a book where there's a new cover, new art, it looks great? I've bought multiple books that are the identical book with a new cover. Obviously, much less work than a remaster, but I think the idea that every remaster is in some way indicative of a developer's desire to make a new title is woefully short-sighted. And ultimately, what if you're dead? Not to be rude, but like, why would you I have no clue. Like, it doesn't make any sense. It's like, I should get what I pay for. The company should get what I think, it's worth if we have an agreement, and the rest should be on my taxes as a donation. Like, this shit's weird, man. And gaming in particular is one of the oddest places. Do you think it's because of the interaction? Do you think it's because a gamer feels, and by the way, I feel this, so this is why I think it is. Do you think it's because we play the game, we change Geralt's space, we change where Master Chief is, we move him around, we have these amazing moments, you play a game in an arcade. Do you think it's because there's an ownership that doesn't really exist, but we think it exists? Or not, that's not ownership, it's not the right term. But do you think that it's a deeper sense for gamers sometimes, and so the investment feels a little bit more profound in games because they control the game?
Honestly, that's difficult to answer. I don't think that's where it comes from. I don't think that's the root of
Fair.
Why people interact with the industry in the way that they do. I think over time, like since Sega and Nintendo days, the industry has cultivated a sports team mentality that has got people quite engaged with supporting a platform and supporting developers and all the rest of it. I think these days we very publicly see when things don't work out, when Microsoft lay off 9,000 employees and Sony shut down various studios and all the rest of it. So there's a degree of kind of empathy in that situation, because the audience that we're talking to, the people that we're engaging with, are the people that are hyper engaged and are following the news really carefully. So you've got, like, sometimes it's parasocial and sometimes it's just natural, like a little bit of empathy. It's just that perspective that people
if you have
that
empathy for somebody that's laid off, wouldn't you give them the money instead of giving the company that laid them off and they're already gone?
It's more like, dude, you're right. That would make a lot more sense to help them out. But in terms
can you imagine paying for a car wash and somebody else gets the car wash? You'd be like, what the fuck am I doing? Like, it doesn't make any sense, man. Oh, anyway, sorry. Continue.
I apologize. At all.
I'm just starting to get mad now.
Well, I'm going to calm it down with an unrelated question. You said earlier, you mentioned all-terrain vehicles that only work on water. Karak, have you been tricked into buying a boat?
No, my dad had 8 boats in the time he was he owned a fishing plant, so boats weren't crazy for him to have, but he had 8 boats, and we took all 8 out 2 times in the entire history, as in not 2 times a piece. All 8 boats entered the water, a total. Many of them never entered the water, not a single time. He was a guy who worked so hard that he could not enjoy the stuff, but he liked it, and that was his thing. And I actually totally understand that. It's like a backlog of boats. I have a backlog of games. He had a backlog of boats, and he only played 2 of them. And they were expensive They were a shit to tow. They were tough to tow. They were aggressively difficult to like make sure that you weren't putting them in the water without preparing them. So I don't think I would ever own a boat in my life. I love the idea, but I'd rent a boat. Almost bought a jet ski. We've done a lot of jet skiing, a lot of sea-doos, but not. No. Why? What's with the boat question?
Honestly, I just thought I'd derail it. This is the most clumsy, awkward segue into fighting games, which makes no sense whatsoever. But we're here. So
what the shit is going on right now? I love it. Okay, continue.
There is no segue. It was just a little break. It's a palate cleanser. We'll talk about the all-terrain boats, and then we'll talk about fighting games. Because it was a minor thing, right? Hmm?
No, you can't do it. We have to do a boat question for a second. We have to talk about this. What's the best water / like boat physics feel in a game for you? Because I actually think Just Cause is still pretty high, weirdly enough. I feel like Just Cause, the later games, did a great job with the speedboats that you steal. I really enjoyed, not the game as a whole, it had some issues, but I was just wondering, because I love that, like getting in a speedboat in a GTA, something like that, like going across the water.
Yeah, that's actually like really difficult. I'm trying to think, because obviously you've got like Sea of Thieves is the most prominent of boat games, especially when you stand it up against
Sea of Thieves waters.
Yeah, and it's like that works for me, but I'm not sure I'd call it simulation. I don't know. There might be other games that take themselves a little more.
Ignore simulation. No, ignore simulation. You're right. Yeah, I mean, I think Sea of Thieves beats my answer. Actually, Sea of Thieves I don't think there's a equal to Sea of Thieves.
It's not fair though, right? Because it's core to the game in Sea of Thieves. It's not like a superfluous feature where a developer's just decided, it'll be really fun to have cool water physics. Like Sea of Thieves is water physics and not much else.
I would disagree, even though I don't like Sea of Thieves. I think the Sea of Thieves has so much content. I see people playing and fighting. I'm not saying it's great. I see them fighting skeletons and shit on the ground, doing treasure chest hunting. I agree with what you're saying, but I would say the other game they did would be more water-based because it didn't even have ground stuff. Bones and Thugs and Harmony. What the fuck that game was? Bones and Skeletons. I don't even remember the name of the game. What was it? Was it Bone Thugs and Harmony? That's a rap band I love. No, Crossbones. Cross Skull and Bones.
The Ubisoft one. I was trying to think of a Rare game, like Bones and Harmony from Rare. What's happening here?
Dude, that's an old rap. That's an old rap band. Anyway. Okay, so that game didn't even have ground. So I would agree with you if that was the game. But I think Sea of Thieves, it may not have great ground stuff, but that water, that's insane. Like the technology. No game has come, like Assassin's Creed hits pretty well, but yeah, Sea of Thieves, and they do the green, the emerald, the translucence. Yeah. So you can see as the wave comes up, you can see and as somebody who grew up in the Pacific Northwest, you'd go out to the beach and you'd see when a wave would crest, you'd see into it like a jewel almost. And man, yeah, I love me some water, dude, in games. I'm always, the moment I get an Assassin's Creed, it's so dumb. I'll get an Assassin's Creed game, I'll find an area that slowly goes in, and I'll walk in, and then walk out, and then walk in, and then jump, and then move. And does it track my feet? Does it track my feet? Perfect. Oh, it tracks my feet. Can I swim? If I can swim, double down. Can I dive? Because if I can dive, there better be shit down there, which, by the way, not always crap down there. That does suck. When you do a game and you can dive, and you're like, there's going to be, water treasure chests and shit, and you go around and you're like, yeah, there's nothing here. Damn it. Avowed, really by the way.
I've not played Avowed yet. Probably a weird one. When Sea of Thieves was new and I played it on PC, I had a really weird, quite interesting bug on an AMD graphics card where the water wouldn't render at all. So you could really you could see the nothing. You could see how the game was stitched together. In ways
I saw a video of this.
Did you?
Yes,
it's quite interesting.
Did you see the Kraken? Even the monsters?
I never found the Kraken doing it. I found the islands. I might have changed now because I've had a lot of time and they fixed a lot of things. But the islands were very much islands in a nothing, like in a void. If you haven't got the water, so you get a little bit of underground, under the sea terrain, and then it just stops.
Oh,
but if you went into the middle of the map where there's this like this rocky structure, and you look straight down, you can see the ghost ship that you respawn on. Physically, it exists in Sea of Thieves below the world, and you can just see it down there, and it's like,
So the teleport happens from here to here, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if you've seen that. I think it's Skyrim, where if you walk, it's Skyrim, or I think it's Skyrim, but there's a mud puddle, and if you go up to the mud puddle and look a certain way, you can grab a treasure chest that the store owner keeps their shit in. And it's because it's under the ground. Yeah. Oh, dude, it may not be Skyrim, but I've seen that. That's so crazy. So you're saying, because the water, dude, it didn't render the water at all.
Completely missing from
but
the
you
world.
Were still,
it was still physically, like, the game reacted as if it was there. You could still sail a boat.
Oh, dude, that would be trippy as shit.
Yeah.
I'd get so sick. I get so sick because I already get seasick. The idea of like going up and down without water to even guess when the wave was going to hit. Oh, dude, man, I got to check that out. Oh, wait, somebody said they thought it was Starfield. Okay, was that Starfield I'm talking about with the treasure chest? Okay,
I don't know. It might have done the same. I remember I saw recently, because there was a thread somewhere on weird tricks people do to do mirrors in older games, where they're like essentially double rendering a character or something to replicate a mirror. And there's an example, I think it was Oblivion, where they're like, you constantly have your character running around underneath the rendered world, so that when you go into your inventory in your character menu and it shows you your character with your equipment, it is showing you your doppelganger that's below the world.
Oh, damn. Really?
Yeah, it's cool.
Dude, and you know, isn't it Fallout where they didn't have movable vehicles? So the train that moves by, it's just it's a hat on the top of a character's body. Dude, that shit. See, dude, I love game. I adore understanding like how games are made and the crazy stuff those guys will come up with. And you'll be like, it's a dude's hat? Like and by the way, hyper intelligent, right? That is a hyper intelligent way of doing something without all that extra work. Let's say, scripting, physics, and all that kind of stuff. Oh, dude, I want to see this. I'm gonna have to look that up. Yeah, older games, as somebody was saying, their older games definitely had all kinds of tricks with reflections and like ray tracing has killed most of that. It's also killed our FPS, but whatever. Yeah. I don't even need to go there.
Right, that's it.
By the way, I notice you're wearing my shirt.
I am wearing your shirt. It is a nice shirt, actually. Very bright.
Comfortable as hell.
Yeah. Yeah, let's talk about fighting games. Doesn't have to be long, because I don't know. You didn't mention fighting games when you were mentioning your games. And I know you talked a little bit yesterday on your podcast about this as well. But Virtua Fighter and various other things. I should start from the beginning. Evo had their tournament over the last week or so, which is where they host various fighting games. High-level tournament players come in and play them. And Sega took the opportunity to showcase to that very invested audience what kind of progress they're making with their Virtua Fighter. Probably not Virtua Fighter 6. They're calling it New Virtua Fighter platform or something like that while it's in development. But the upcoming Virtua Fighter, they showed a little bit of the gameplay. Did you see it?
I did. I've seen. Yeah, I saw that. I saw some other stuff.
What do you think of fighting games in general, and how are you feeling on this one?
I mean, I love fighting games, but I think I might have talked about this before. Is like, it really depends, because like, for example, the stories usually suck, and I do like you'll notice this with every game. If there's something in the game's menu, that fucker better be fully developed. I don't want to see multiplayer where it's one level. I don't want to see a story in a Virtua Fighter, and Virtua Fighter stories horrendous. I mean, that should not be acceptable to anybody. It's so bad. So I want to see what they do with the story. I've seen the graphics overall. When it comes to just fighting games, Virtua Fighter's always been my favorite because it was more grounded. I mean, I like Street Fighter. I played Pit Fighter back in the day. I played all the old copies, because there was tons of talk about like piracy. I don't know what you call the old days of gaming, man. But you'd be on the Sega Genesis, and it'd be so there was like Eternal Champions. There was like Street Fighter, but then you'd get like Street Fighter. It wasn't that, but you get these copies that I swear to God they were only sold for a week before the company had to have been sued into oblivion. And there were a lot of fake. And I don't mean the Street Fighters that were true copies, because there were a couple of those. I mean like the ones that just intrinsically felt like, damn, guys, you didn't do anything. Mm-hmm. And I played the hell out of all of them. Fatal Fury I loved. And we're not talking like the superhero ones, which I enjoyed, your X-Men versus blah blah blah, but I'm talking about I like it when it's a martial artist. I guess I'm old fashioned, but I a little bit more. So you would have like different martial arts, and whenever they're reflected well, I like it more. So Tekken, while I enjoy, just doesn't quite hit. Just like Fighters Bronx for the Sega Saturn. I think Fighting Bronx. Yeah, I own it. It's a weapon one that was like a Virtua Fighter weapon. And then I have Fighters Mega Mix, which Last Bronx, you're right. Yeah. And then Fighters Mega Mix, which was there, which we still have. You could be a panda and shit. Like that game was crazy.
You could be a Daytona car.
You could be a Daytona dude with the tires.
Not animated at all. Just
so
swayed them. It was not good.
It was so good. It was so dumb. It was so dumb. And the Fighting Vipers was not a great game originally. And then you put them against Virtua Fighter and you see the animation. You're like, dude, this is terrible. But Virtua Fighter, I have 3 dogs all named after Virtua Fighter. So it's like, obviously,
so you are a fan.
I like Virtua Fighter. Yeah. Lau's my favorite. Lau's my favorite character. Sorry, he's sick. I'm trying not to wake him up. And then Lion, I liked Wolf. I like pretty much all of them, except for the main boss, Doral. Absolutely horrendous shit show of a main boss. Absolutely one of the worst just designs. It's basically supposed to be the liquid metal cop from Terminator 2, and that's what it looks like. Terrible, terrible. I can't wait. But, dude, I don't know. I love Virtua Fighter. Can't wait. I was excited the day they announced it. And they're very clear that they need to push forward, but a lot of it's going to have to do with like how do they handle movement, the 3D movement, how do they differentiate themselves from Tekken, which is well established and has a lot of characters that a lot of people like, with fucking lions' heads and stuff. It's very difficult to say here's a grounded martial arts game, versus this pretty cool system of other games that are out there. I hope it does well because I think gaming has shown that they're not very open. Look at Killer Instinct. Killer Instinct, regardless of my general love or like, Killer Instinct, I think is a fairly phenomenal 2D fighter. And it caught on, but it didn't catch on. It's almost like gamers sort of had these very specific ones. Anime occasionally catches on, but the anime IP license thing gets so regurgitated that after a while you're like, which one of the Narutos is this? Or, which character that does a surprised orgasm face is this game? Because they're all the damn same. Tekken seems to have
face is just like
yeah, dude. How do you have it like that? By the way, I want to talk about that. Now that I think about it, I have seen one anyway. Yeah, I would say Street Fighter, Tekken, one or two of the side. I liked Fighters. I liked that one, and I think Injustice 1 and 2 are phenomenal. Yeah. Mortal Kombat is. I don't even know what Mortal Kombat is. I don't. What do you think about? Dude, Mortal Kombat feels like. I don't even know what that game feels like. It makes Madden 2025 to 2026 appear highly, like, just filled with innovation. I feel like the Mortal Kombat games just regurgitate to the point of being like, dude, seriously? Why even do a new one? Why not just have more? Why not just add some stages into this thing? Mortal Kombat used to deliver 3 games in each title. This was only done 3 times, but still, I'll remember it forever. And now it's just like, Rambo, Freddy Krueger, the Alien.
Yeah, some silly shit. I've never got along with Mortal Kombat ever since it came out on the Super Nintendo and the Mega Drive.
Oh, damn. Okay, so you're talking about literally
I'm
never.
talking literally never because it was all the rage back then because it had blood and that was quite a big deal in a game. And people were like, well, I'm so grown up, it's got fatalities. But you go in there and you see the fighting game and the characters would like lean back and do this infinite punching animation. And I'm like, this is
so bad. So bad.
So bad. So bad. So bad. And that set me into my Street Fighter ways because Street Fighter 2 was just a much better game. So the games that I like Virtua Fighter a lot. Haven't really played it since Virtua Fighter 2 though in any like depth because I had it at home then. I had the Saturn and I played it a lot.
Yeah.
I liked Dead or Alive. It was
Yes. Oh, true. Yes.
Yeah, so that was like that was on the Virtua Fighter engine, and it was like Virtua Fighter Lite, so it was still fairly grounded. It was still fluid. I liked the counter system in it, but it was slightly less technical than Virtua Fighter, and I enjoyed that. I've never liked Mortal Kombat, and that includes the new ones. It's carried through. They just never felt good to me. I really wanted to like Killer Instinct, the Xbox one, because it looks like it should be the game. It looks like it marries up what Street Fighter does well. And then I don't like the feel of it when it comes down to it. I don't like its combo system very much. I really don't get along with Tekken. I just prefer, like, I'm a fan of fluidity in my fighting games. So yeah, same. I'm quite interested in seeing what Virtua Fighter does and how they manage to innovate and make it like grounded. So the characters in Virtua Fighter, they're not using fireballs and bazookas. They're kind of like representing peak athleticism, right? Just pushing the boundaries of what people can actually do. And it's cool. And I hope it translates into fun on a control pad, and that they come up with some really novel, innovative way to handle how you defend yourself when you're under a relentless fluid combo. Because that's the key for me for making it fun. We'll see.
Yeah. I would agree. I think it's very easy to notice how fluid a game is when the character that's supposed to be non-fluid is noticeably non-fluid. And for me, at least when I played the game, I always felt like Akira was insanely powerful, but he's very off-timed. Mm-hmm. And so when, like, Lao has, you know, low punch, uppercut, kick, and he's got these, where he's got his sound effect that he's, and he's slick and he's fast, and Pai is somewhat slick and fast. You got all, even Wolf and like Jeffrey still had something. And then you get Akira, who's doing some of the craziest stop timing shit you've ever seen in a fight. Like, I still remember he's just like, whoa, and you're all, wait, what are you doing? You're not even attacking anybody. But my friend could ruin me. It didn't matter how many, well, I did beat him a lot with Loud, but he was definitely better than me. And he played that guy. And I remember playing him going, he doesn't feel like I can get him to move forward. Mm-hmm. Like, there's something about this character. But then I play these other games like a Tekken or whatever. And while I do like it, I would agree it never, I don't know what it is about Virtua Fighter. They nailed that for the most part. My big worry, I don't know what you think, is I just feel like they don't have enough characters. They need, what I mean to say is, for this game, I hope they have more, because I do feel that, speaking of time of game, how long a game takes, I think with a fighting game, dude, people really do wonder how many fighters are there. And our number of 6 because of the arcade, or 8 because the arcade, has been surpassed by years. It needs to have way more than that. And I don't know how to do that. What are other martial arts? I got sumo in there.
They can put the Daytona car in there.
They could put, the Daytona car, or the pickle. No. It wasn't a pickle. It was a cactus. You could also be the cactus. Do you remember the cactus? And he had the sombrero. Dude, I'm telling you straight up, Fighters Mega Mix may have been the best game ever made. I would say there are multiple martial arts now that you could definitely put in that weren't in Street Fighter or Virtua Fighter. Virtua Fighter added Muay Thai, right? They added a kickboxing. They had both. No. Yeah, they had one Muay Thai. They had the he looks all pale and he's got like orange hair. I think there's a character that's Muay Thai in Virtua Fighter.
But
in the later ones.
Too,
Okay, so I guess my question is, like, what martial arts do you look at to continue the
mm-hmm.
They need to look different, because that was the thing about Virtua Fighter. Dude, there was never a time where you could play that game and go, they look the same. Like, they had dramatically different. Shun with his drunken shit, and you'd be like, he'd be punching backwards, and you're all, dude, where are you going? And then he'd hit you, and you'd be like, you son of a bitch. What was Mantis? Mantis Kung Fu's in there. Crane Kung Fu. No, she does a crane move, but she doesn't. That was a weird one. Wrestling.
Mm-hmm.
Shoot wrestling as well as normal wrestling are both in the WWE wrestling. They did have an overlap with the Lucha Libre character, which I know you haven't played it, but in the newer ones, so you got Wolf and Jeffrey. And Wolf is definitely collegiate. I mean, he's even got the shorts, the sort of the collegiate shorts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But there was definitely some overlap in the Lucha Libre, like WWE style character, and him. And I'm just wondering, like, how many you can get. Maybe 50. Dude, I would kill for 20. I mean, I'll just go with hope.
20 characters in a big story mode is what you need.
I just don't think Injustice 2 story mode's ever going to be beat. But I mean, that's because it's comics and the way they played it out. But yeah, I would love a story mode that made sense, dude. Just a little bit of story, man. I mean, it's so bad. It's so bad. Like, it's so bad. Why'd you only play 2 and then not move forward?
No, I played a bit of 5, so some of the characters you're talking about, okay. I know. I played a bit of 5, but just not near as much as I played 2, because I just wasn't into fighting games at that point in time. So,
Fighters Mega Mix for free. Do you remember that?
For free? No, I paid for it. What do you mean?
Oh, did you? I bought a Sega Saturn day one, as I said. They gave you... this is how cool Sega was back in the day. You got Virtua Fighter 2, you brought it home, and you're like, what was it called? Gouriard shading. So I had flash shading, all that kind of stuff. It looked okay. Toshinden comes out. Toshinden's got all the mip-map shit, and it looks dramatically better. So Sega gave purchasers of the original system and game free free Virtua Fighter 2 remix. So what it was Virtua Fighter 2, but nothing else was changed other than mip-maps on the characters. So they were highly detailed compared to the original. And it was really cool because I remember coming home, and I don't know why my mailman, fuck you mailman, whoever you are, he just left it on my door. It was like my door, and it was a disc. This is how back in the day it was. There was a sticker on it that said like from Sega, and it had their address. They didn't even tape the damn outside. And as somebody who told you I buy stuff because I worry about discs, that disc was just sitting on right there. But they had told us they were going to do it. And I remember taking it and being like, how good could it look? And putting that in the Saturn and being like, are you kidding me? That was primo, like back in the day when you had to wait for a surprise. You know, you had to wait for something. And there's something about delayed gratification when you're expecting it, you're hoping for it, and it paid off, man. It was a good time. What about, did you ever do the fighting games like Fight Night? Like EA Fight Night?
No, not Fight Night. I did like Ready to Rumble. It was the closest thing to boxing.
I knew it.
That I did.
That was going to be my next one. Yeah. Let's get ready to rumble. And dude, by the way, game would never be made today. It's
no. I wasn't going to go into that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Bro, it's like, I was watching it, and some of the names of the fighters, you're like, damn, son, like you guys there was absolutely no control. But it had Bruce Buffer, Michael Buffer. One's UFC, one's Bruce Buffer. And, he'd be like, let's get ready to rumble. And they bruises on their face. You remember that? They had the deformation system. Yeah, man. Dreamcast pretty high up there for like a system that like delivered for me on so many levels, man. Yeah, that was awesome. Love that thing.
Yeah. Oh. Is there anything else that you want to talk about before we get our questions in? Wait, have you frozen? No, you're back.
Sorry. I didn't mean to. I clicked off because I don't know. It was a weird DM. What? You said we have questions, or did you say did I have any topics?
Questions, but have you got any other stuff that you want to talk about before we get onto the questions?
How much time have we got?
You tell me.
I'm here all day, baby. I do want to bring up a couple things. Number one, you game on PC mostly.
Mostly, yeah.
What is your thought and or experiences with mini PCs? Not handhelds, but the mini PCs, little box PCs, or a handheld because they do share the architecture. Any messing around with those?
No, I think they're neat as a novelty, and for people that want to set them up in their living room, absolutely, by all means, go for it, get one, have a good time. For me, my circumstances are quite specific because I've got 3 PCs in front of me right now. I'm always recording stuff. I'm always doing like content creation and all the rest of it. And my PC is a giant tower with all of the sides and casing taken off because it was too hot. So I'm not the guy for the mini PC. I'm the guy for sticking a stupidly powerful PC together that I have no human capacity to cool down and just kind of like blow on it while I'm playing.
4090 in your PC?
Do you know what? This makes me sound rich when I'm not right now. I've got a 4090 in one PC and a 5090 in the other. And a lot of heat in the room.
I have, like I said, 15 hard drives. I have 3 mini PCs now. One was gifted to me, and then one I bought, and one I did for review. And, I bought that one, I guess, too. But I've been quite surprised by how good, especially I have a nice backbone for the LAN. I now have 3 offices in my house, so I can move to any one and work in different areas. Which, by the
blimey.
Well, they're just a room. Yeah. There are unfortunately the room wasn't being used. It's a storage room, so I was like, I'm putting a desk in here. Or actually, it's a kitchen table, but it's been nice to move around and using Multiplicity is what I use mostly, which is made by the Stardock people, which is allow for you to stream your desktop anywhere in your house. You could use Moonlight, you could use whatever. I gotta say, man, I'm blown away by the APU's power in those things. So I already had a handheld with a 7080M in it, and playing Cyberpunk on a handheld native is nuts. Already you're like, damn, I can play. That's pretty crazy. But the streaming, you're looking at like sub 6 millisecond streaming from the main PC to the desktop wherever you are. That is really sweet, man. And I think that, like, I love their idea. A lot of the mini handhelds are the same exact system. So I also have a Legion, which is plugged into a monitor, because I was like, fuck it, I'm not gonna like buy something for this. I already have a Legion. It's been quite nice, man, to like, I would suggest a lot of people who get writer's block, or I don't know what you call it. What the fuck do you call it? Creator's block? To move around a little bit, because I do feel that, like, how sometimes maybe your mom would move the furniture or maybe you would. There's a feeling of like a little bit of freshness sometimes that comes around with, having a different direction or whatever. I've actually noticed a pretty profound difference by being in this room, which is 80% of my work, and then going to the other office. Even just the difference between where I am from the screen and the visuals around me and stuff like that. It's been really nice for that. But I haven't really
got a space to do that. It's an interesting little concept though. Might have to.
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah, less like smaller houses over here in general, I think. But just sometimes literally going outside is the kick I need to move through some creative paralysis, I call it. Yeah, get outside, go for a little run or something, and then maybe the brain starts working again.
For me, it's a drive. Do you drive? I don't think you do, right?
I do drive, yeah.
You do? Okay, sorry. Really? Maybe, do you not like to drive?
Race cars or anything?
No. Listen, do you F1? Because if you don't F1, you don't know. I was saying, for some reason, maybe it was Gaz. Somebody didn't like driving. I can't remember. But anyway, long story short, I do like a drive or a run, like you said. Drives for me are probably one of the best things ever. I don't know why, but like just getting behind the wheel, and obviously we have different ways to drive around than you guys do. So Oregon's massive, so you can go like 8 hours in any direction and just see nothing or whatever you want to see. It's really nice to like I love that kind of stuff. What's your best relaxation thing you do? Don't say masturbation.
That's not very relaxing. No, it's kicking people. I kick people multiple times a week.
I don't care what anybody says.
Yeah.
Dude, I don't know why it is, but people think that when we do that, you get more aggressive for some reason. And it's like, at least for me, I don't.
No.
Lifting weights, sometimes I get a little bit more aggressive, but I think it's because I'm in a little bit of like fatigue or pain or whatever. But martial arts, like, I don't care how hard you spar. I don't think there's been a couple times where you get mad at somebody who dings you in the nuts and you're like, okay, you know where my nuts are. I know where they are. One time, it's fair game. 2 time, that's a fight. But it feels good, man, to like spar with somebody or teach somebody. I think teaching is really cool too. I think you said you had taught classes before.
Yeah, I've done a fair bit of it. Yeah.
It feels good. It's awesome. Even just one person who's like, wants to improve one thing, and you teach them and they pick something up. I swear to God, that's sort of going to be the lost art in the future, because people are using like AI or whatever.
How do I kick someone? Yeah.
Yeah. And well, boy, when I was a kid, do you know what it was? VCR tapes. You could buy entire sets of my martial art in like I think it was $280, and you could buy like white belt to black belt in a VCR tape set, just maybe 12 per belt. And I was like, damn, man. And boy, did they suck balls.
Yeah.
I mean, damn, and I'm sure they made some serious bank on that. But yeah, dude, something about teaching's awesome. Anyway, I was just bringing that up because I got done teaching today. That felt really good. I think people are starting to forget this. I guess the one thing I would say is, whether you disagree or agree with what Asa and I say, walk the fuck outside a little bit, man, before you get pissy. Because lately it seems like everybody's pissy quicker, more quickly. quicker.
I'll
One of
accept
those two.
either, yeah, we all understand.
Yeah.
And yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I've not got anything to add to that, but yeah, it's fantastic advice.
just
If you're getting
noticeable.
frustrated, if you're taking it out on other people around you, outside is good sometimes.
Yeah, it's weird. What do we got for questions, man? Hopefully these all involve sex.
I don't know what the questions involve. Let's have the first question, please. If Isla is there, there's a little bit of latency, but no, it's straight up. So, FTW has asked, have either of you played Ninja Gaiden Ragebound yet? And if so, you got any thoughts on it? Have you played Ragebound?
A little bit. I liked what I played. I just have not got a chance to dive into it. What about you?
No, not in the slightest. So when you say wee little bit, what did you think of the intro?
Okay, I'm not as big of a fan of these kind of games as I would say 99. I don't have too much of a retro / nostalgia bone in my body, really. So I wasn't. I'm more into the game. Yeah, I wasn't. It didn't really do anything for me. But the game itself, pretty fun. Just I don't know, man. I feel like sometimes it's going to be really hard for people to get that game and Shinobi not mixed up too.
Get them mixed up, absolutely.
Isn't it crazy how when we were growing up, Ninja they went against each other and now they're remakes or not remakes, whatever you call these things. What are these?
Continuations, I'm going to go with. I don't know.
Yeah, whatever they called. Yeah, they're at the same time. It's just an odd situation when you look at the release timing. But yeah, no, didn't get a chance. Not too much.
There, next one, FTW again. Just wanted to complain about internet as per usual. Fuck satellite internet. Give me some infrastructure in the boondocks. Glad I was allowed to pitch again. Nice to see Arcadia Roundtable back. So that one's not so much a question. So we'll just move on. FTW,
was
sorry
he talking
again,
about
internet.
Is he talking about Starlink?
I don't think it...
Because he said out
FTW,
in the boondocks.
He is out in the boondocks and he has terrible, terrible internet. Like terrible, terrible internet. Like he could just about manage Quake 3 Arena on the Dreamcast. Terrible internet.
Dude, that was... there's a very cool discussion. It wasn't Carmack. It was there was another guy who was working on that game, but he talked about how little they got the code down in that game, and it was ridiculously impressive. But no, I was just gonna say, I don't know about you. It is so crazy that when I was growing up, I remember Sega Saturn had the little chip, you plug the little cartridge, your mega baud modem, and you went online at 28. Okay, I did, and it took forever. Dave's Sega Saturn page, which I believe just came back up, was the first page I went to, and I remember playing Duke Nukem on the Sega Saturn with a fucking dial-up modem, and it played so well. Cadiz and I beat that game so many times together, and it was just like one of those. Oh, dude, it felt so good. It's so crazy to look back. Dreamcast had a cable modem adapter, I believe.
But yeah, didn't it have a cable modem ISDN modem, which was such a short-lived technology.
That's what it was. Yeah. DSL. The pre-DSL was ideal.
Yeah, exactly.
I didn't even have that.
I didn't have it either. We had in the UK we had a slower modem than you. I don't know why they felt they're kind of a slower one over there.
How do you go slower? 14.4.
You had a 56k modem and we had a 28k modem, right? But it was worse than that because we had in America you could choose what ISP you went on and you could get unlimited internet at that point in time quite easily. So you could actually use the Dreamcast online without paying per minute of gameplay. In the UK, to play Phantasy Star Online was life-ruiningly expensive. Unless you
paid per hour, or you paid for use though?
Per minute of being online was the standard. Imagine playing games like that. And you could, the workaround, I can't remember the exact details of the workaround, but it involved getting an American copy of the game, unlocking the Dreamcast so that you could put in your own ISP details, and then you could pay it for a reasonable monthly price. But the default, out of the box, pay per minute.
Dude, man, we got it good over here in America. I mean, it may not be perfect, but well, it's also been 25 years since that happened. But for a while there, we had the
back
better
then in
version.
The 80s, whenever it was. Yeah.
Back then we had it good. We had it going on. Yeah, no, I just do think it is crazy how fast that technology developed. Because I remember it was like phone, Mom, get off the fucking phone. It's dialing. And then you could talk. It was 5 seconds of a buffer. Then it went to you could talk because it was DSL. And I remember getting DSL and you could talk and do internet. And I was like, that's the future. We're done. Everything's been found. No more inventions. All the stars have been named. We're done. Humanity. It's over. We're good to go. And then it was like internet, cable, whatever. It was like, I remember the first time getting 1 meg down and just being like, nobody's going to need more than 1 meg. I had that discussion with my friends so often, Asa, where you'd be like, more than 1 meg? That's like 5. And this is how old it was. I believe somebody legitimately had the gall to say, that's like 5 high school papers or whatever. Like, that's how long. It just made no sense. It's like now you're talking about what is it? Like a high def audio package for Call of Duty is like 200 gigs or whatever for the Call of Duty.
Yeah. It's funny because the internet speeds, they keep gradually improving at a really fast rate, but it's like, just skip to the end. If you know you can go faster, do it now. I'm ready. Skip to the end.
I'm downloading the internet.
Skip the others.
I'm downloading the internet. I'm on B right now, man. I'm making my way to C. I mean, honestly, Starlink is crazy too. I know we have a couple Discord people who have some problems with it, but generally, the fact that it works at all is nuts because some of these guys are living 3-4 miles away from anything other than your general power line, and being able to like connect and talk and play games, not the greatest. Is the upspeed still slow? But yeah. Oh my God, I forgot the old satellites. That was the other thing we had here. I don't know if you had them, but we had the ones that looked like they were from the movie Contact. Just massive satellites. And you'd have some dude who, like, I don't know if he sold drugs or longshoreman. I have no clue how he got the money, but we had a couple friends whose dads would get these. And like, I'm sure a lot of kids are sterile because of those things, because there's no way those things were giving off some serious BTUs. But yeah, good times.
Right, next one is FTW. Love DVDs and physical media. Wish I could buy PC games on DVDs because his internet is shit. Did he already say that? Yes, he did. So again, it's not really a question, but thank you, FTW.
What's FTW for, the win?
I'm not sure it is. He's told me before.
I don't think it is for some reason.
Yeah,
I think it's like
it is.
Fornicating, Tabasco, women. Fornicating for FTW. Yeah, that's most likely what it is.
That is. Yeah, I'm pretty certain. Can't think of anything else.
There's almost no chance it's not what I just said.
No, everybody agrees that's what it stands for. Good to know. All right, next one is Pete. Should FTW be allowed to ask all the questions? No, Pete, he's not the only one allowed. But Karak says yes. Now we're having this big disagreement. It's going to get messy. Let's just move on to the next one. Was that all of them? I thought you said there were 8. Nope, it's FTW again. If Tom doesn't ask, right, this is the important question, actually. FTW has done me a favor here because this is weekly critical question. What's not to like?
That's it?
That's
what's not question. To like?
What's not to like?
Dude, this sounds like when you go to any ChatGPT, if you've entered stuff, type in something, it'll creep you out. Type in, what am I not getting about this? Very cool. Because it's a regressive on the AI. What's not to like?
Yeah.
Cancer.
Oh.
I think cancer's the de facto bullshit answer, though. I've had it, and I fought it off twice. It can't get me. I believe you can't get it again, right? Pretty sure. What's not to like? Dude, what do you hate in life? Seriously, we'll change it. Thanks for the question. We're moving on to something even bigger, though. What do you hate? Like, that's
a powerful emotion.
I know. That's why I'm asking you, because I hate a lot, and it's instantly noticeable. But I don't hear you hate much. So, like, and it can be politics. We don't have to go into it. But I mean, is it like like
fucking
hate?
Corruption.
I mean,
yeah. As soon as you
mean like
politics,
a political
like,
or a business corruption?
You see it a lot within politics. And you know what? I hate the fact that bad guys win in real life. It's the opposite of what you're taught.
Yeah.
That's what I hate.
Dude, do you know what I hate, man? I hate that you're taught a lie. So weirdly enough, I've begun to hate the people who try to make you feel better, and I don't know why. Like, I hate one-liners. Dude, I hate it. You'll hear somebody say, "Oh, you should tell your kids the truth." I don't always believe that, but I'll hear somebody say, "Like a penny saved is a penny earned." My fucking ass, it is. That's such bullshit. Don't let all the one-liners that like try to make you feel better about life. Do you know how many times? And I believed, like you're told, the good guys always win, or it does, whatever the one-liner bullcrap is. I've lost a lot of time believing those sometimes. And I'm not saying I gave up, but I'm like, I adjusted shit and was like, wait a minute, maybe I should change the way I'm going at this, because this just is not making sense. You would always hear this stuff, get yourself, dust yourself off and try again. And I'm like, no, that's absolutely asinine. You can try to do the same thing in a different way again, but if you keep headbutting something, you'll see it in martial arts. We call it motor setting. I don't know what they call it where you are, but you'll get two people who are sparring and they can't hit each other because they're timed identically. And it almost looks like a movie or something. You're like, dude, what are you guys doing? And then you'll see somebody trip or slip, or somebody will do something at halftime and they'll hit the other person. And it's only because he tried something different. And I hate, it happens all the time, man. I hear it in business. I hear it with friends. They're just like, oh man, you just need to try again. And it's like, dude, it feels like a truncated language. It feels like bad advice. It feels like advice is given out with a one-liner as if you have the rest of the data somehow. And it's like, that makes, I think you and I experience it when you are teaching somebody and they'll be like, what's this punch called? Or what's this kick? It's a side kick. Well, side kick could mean 1,000 things, man. Depends on the martial arts, depends, blah, blah, blah. And then it's like, oh, well, I'm doing this wrong. And you know how it is. It can take years to do a great sidekick during a match or during a fight. It is ridiculous. And it's a fairly basic move. And if you let somebody go and do the same thing a bunch of times, they'll learn it wrong, or they'll learn the wrong lessons from it. I don't know. I just hate that shit. And I'm not saying I hate the people who said it, like you said. I mean, that did sound like I said that, because I think I did say those exact words. But you know what I mean, man?
I know what you mean.
It's just something about it. It's like platitudes for no reason. Or somebody will say something online, and they'll be like, blah, blah, blah. And people will be like, oh, I'm like, fucking stow your stow it, because you're full of shit. I don't need to hear your fake platitude crap. And you see somebody say something, you'll go into a chat. Yeah, man, I stubbed my toe. You ever had the person who overreacts to a stubbed toe? You'd be like, yeah, today my mail didn't come. Oh, and you're all, man, I hate that shit. Okay, this started with what did you hate and ended with what I hate. So you hate, what did you even start with? You gave the answer.
It was, and not specifically politics in case anyone gets ahead on that one, but just corruption and bad guys winning in real life. Yeah.
Can you give me an example? If you don't want to, it's fine, but I'm thinking what you're saying is corruption where, do you mean that the person was good, or you think they were good?
No, not that they were good. Just like it's the opposite of having any kind of integrity, right?
Yeah.
And that being a successful strategy in life is a very sad thing, and not what you're taught by Disney.
And working, and not what you're taught. Yeah, the Disney princess shit, which, by the way, Disney, on the backs of those 7 dwarves and the shit way they treated everybody. It's like, dude, Disney is the other thing is like where the person doesn't follow their own line of advice or whatever. Disney's like teaches you shit if you watch their cartoons and stuff. Never followed it themselves. They're POSs. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's definitely, corruption's weird, because I think I need to know the history of the person, because corruption to me means good originally, which I hate even worse. Like a sports star. Okay, I'll give you an example. Dude, you hit it on the head, man. The biker, Lance Armstrong. It's not our roided up guy beat your roided up guy, whatever. Like, we all know they're all roided to the gills, but there's something about the idea that we know for a while he wasn't. And then the corruption and like that climbing, Mike Tyson was that way for me, where I always felt like this is a guy who had a horrible life when he was a kid. He started to get fixed, and then you start to hear all the, the bad shit that he was doing as like That's why we should never make money. I'm just joking. But it does feel like money and power.
How the saying goes, yeah. Money and power corrupts,
right?
yeah. Right. A lighter one that I also don't like, just because we're ranting and it feels good to rant. Happy anniversary messages on social media. I fucking hate those. 10 years, I love my wife.
It's my 16-year anniversary today.
Yeah,
with
come
my
and talk
wife.
to the person. You're in the same house.
No, I mean, it is.
Oh, it is. How you put it on social media is just going to be really awkward. I'm going to look on.
My wife did. My wife did. I don't
tell her. I hate it.
Oh, she knows I hate it. I said like, ha ha. Listen, this is how. Man,
congratulations, by the way.
Thank you, but boy, would I hate to be married to me, because she put like all this, like, this is how many minutes, hours, blah blah blah, we've been married, and I said something like, ha ha, that math is horrifying. And I closed Facebook, and I was like, dude, I got nothing else to say, because I cannot do a fake platitude at all. Like, to her, I'll be like, hey, it's been great, or it's been terrible, whatever. But yeah, I hate like, it's been. How about this, though? You're saying anniversaries. You don't mean something like, I would certainly celebrate a Alcoholics Anonymous one, though.
Yeah, I mean,
does that make sense?
That's an achievement.
I think you mean marriages,
I guess
right?
Marriage is an achievement as well, but it's the way that it's like directed, right? It's fake directed at the person that they live with, clearly for other people's attention.
Oh, subtweet. Yeah. Yes, the subtext tweet where they post, oh, dude, my wife did do that. You are right. That is exactly what happened. That's funny. That is friggin' weird timing. We're going to Fantastic Four for our honeymoon, or for our anniversary, which is even worse. My anniversary, dude. You're married. You've been married for many years. Some years.
Many years.
You don't have to
some years. Lots of years. I don't know, or I would say.
So here's the thing. Some people track anniversary, and it's not girls, guys. By the way, that's bullshit. Because I have guys who track this shit perfectly, and their girlfriends or wives don't. I don't know what the anniversary is supposed to mean. And I'm not saying I'm so cool that every day is important, but I would say, in a way, if you're only good once a year, you're a dick, right? Like, if you're only going to the movies, let's say once a year for the anniversary, you're probably not a very fun person to be around. So I guess I don't do anniversaries well. I mean, it's weird to celebrate it, because like, I don't do the repetitive 365 means nothing anyway. Technically, it would be better if it was 100, because that's how we count. Like, it's weird to me. I don't do them. Like, do you do birthdays?
I'm glad you said that, because today's actually the 2-year anniversary of our first podcast. It's not.
Oh,
it's
shit.
Not. Pulled that out my ass. So, birthdays, yeah, kind of. I don't do my own, because I don't keep track of that so well. But yeah.
Mine's 28th of December, so my parents did a half birthday, and then when they stopped, because it was a bad time for a kid to get a birthday 3 days out. By the way, I got a Christmas. Grandpa, you're both dead, but fuck you. They gave me a Christmas present and a birthday present in the same Christmas paper on 2 different days. I couldn't even play with it on Christmas, because I had to wait 3 days to get it. This is why I look this way, because of that damn birthday. But my parents moved it, and then when I moved out, nobody celebrated it. So for years, I thought I was, 4 years younger than I really was. And my brother, of all people, my wife goes, yeah, Jeremy being 20, this years ago, but my wife was like, yeah, Jeremy being 24. And my brother's like, Jeremy, what are you talking about? I'm this year, Jeremy's 7 years younger than me. He's not 24, he's like 29. She's like, I'm not lying. I'm playing video games, and I hear, Jeremy! I'm like, what, man? What's going on? I totally spaced it, because we don't do them either. We don't. I mean, we do, but I don't count the number. We just, like, I use it as an excuse, to go do shit. But
yeah, that works. Right, let's get the next one. It says, yo guys, new Virtua Fighter footage blew me away. This is Abdel. I booted up the PlayStation 2 again to play Evolution Virtua Fighter 4. Do you guys go back to retro regularly when new anticipated game in a franchise launches? So when you know that a game is coming out as a sequel to something story that you played before, do you go back and play the old ones, even if they're recent or older or otherwise? No time.
Mm-mm. No, I just don't like them. I don't know, man. I own them. I don't like the look of the old games.
Mhm.
I mean, I remember them. I liked them then, but I have a really hard time even playing the Virtua Fighter. Like I think it's the arcade one that came out on the Xbox. I think it was out on Digital
Recently.
Store or whatever. 2 years ago, maybe. It was like, I think it's just a 5-team battle or so. I can't remember, but it came out and I was just like, yeah, it's too old looking for me. Trying to think of the oldest game. Do you go back? So this would be something along the lines of Metal Gear Solid. Do you go back and play the non-remake or the one prior because this new one's coming out?
Not particularly, at least. So for me, like, I do play retro games. I want to. I would like to play retro games, but it's really, really difficult to justify playing a game that I've already played when there are so many games that I haven't already played.
Right.
So repeat plays are pretty rare, and I probably wouldn't. It would have to be something really damn special where I really needed to remember a story. So it's just special enough that I want to know the story, but not so special that I can remember the story. And I'm not sure if that's a real, like, overlapping Venn diagram.
So what would one of those games be?
I tried to play Final Fantasy VII Remake before Rebirth came out. And I tried to play Final Fantasy VII alongside Remake.
Ooh. Yeah, the original Final Fantasy VII.
I liked it. I had a good time.
That's a hard...
Through to the end and everything.
That's a hard graphical... Like, man, that's a rough-looking game now, though, man. You got to admit. Like, his hair... You know, it looks like a geometric pattern glued to his fucking skull. Like, what about KOTOR or KOTOR 2? What about the BioWare games?
I've never played KOTOR 1 or 2. We've discussed this one before, and you said you would never do a podcast with me again.
I do. That's why I threw what I was holding in my hand. I forgot all about this until just now. Dude, what's wrong with you? You went back to play an ancient Final Fantasy VII and didn't play, whatever. What about Icewind Dale or Baldur's Gate before Baldur's Gate 3 came out? No. Okay. That makes more sense because those would have been probably well before your time, right?
I think
a Baldur's Gate. But you're not that old because Baldur's Gate would have been, I was 20.
How old are you now?
Are you? 48. 49. 48. So, dude, see? Hang on. My brother's 5 years minus 40.
Including those missed birthdays when you were in your 20s.
48.
So I'm 41. Yeah. So not that young. I might be 42 actually. I think I'm 42.
Dude, this is what two old people trying to remember their age sounds like.
Yeah. It's one of those. I can't remember. Doesn't matter right now.
No, No, I was just saying because, like, I still really do believe this would have been before you probably got a PC because I think
probably
you had
before
said console.
that. Yeah.
Great games. What was your first Bethesda game, by the way? Before we go, I don't think you and I don't remember if we did because the last one we did was also Gaz, right? I think. But I don't remember if we talked about. Did we do one after that? I don't remember if we talked about Bethesda. Like. Was it like Skyrim or was it like no,
definitely
older?
Oblivion. Oblivion killed 2 of my Xbox 360s, so I definitely played that. But whether I played any before it or not, I can't remember. I'm going to go with Oblivion as the easy answer because I can very much remember it. I had, the Red Ring of Death on the Xbox 360.
Everybody does. I feel
twice on the House of Butterflies on the Shimmering Isles.
The best expansion opening in history, by the way.
No,
there is no.
Killed 2 Xbox 360s, and I wasn't going to go for a third.
Still the best. Still, dude, come on. The butterflies when it goes to Shivering Isles, I never expected that in a game. I still can't believe they did that, and the trick they did is crazy. Like when they described how they did it, I was like, yeah, of course I wouldn't. Did you ever hear the story about how they did it? They loaded in the world. So when you go in to the room, they actually have loaded in the entire world. And so what you're seeing is a particle effect that just goes over everything. And also the great story about Morrowind, where on the Xbox, the ancient one, it would crash all the time during loading. And so without telling Microsoft, they had a loop in there. So it would reboot the Xbox without turning the light off. I was like, Bethesda are baller. I mean, yes, you can hate them, whatever.
You could ask them to fix the problem, but no, that's a workaround.
Microsoft had stated they never found it. They could not get it to work because they had so much they were moving so much memory on the hard drive and everything. So they were like, hey, no one's noticing. So they had this loop thing and it would pop and it would just be a longer load than normal. And you'd be all, is this not working? Oh, no, it's working. I love it. Smart.
Yeah. Right, let's have a look. Next question is up. It's Abdel again. Do you think that Game Pass is unsustainable and ruins the gaming industry?
Worst word ever. Jesus Christ.
Game Pass. It's two words. Strong opinion, by the way.
Dude, I mean, how long are we going to say unsustainable before somebody can just move on and use a proper word? It's some of the worst English ever when we're discussing Game Pass, whether you like it or not, morally or not. Unsustainable is absolutely ridiculous. Might as well just say the heat death of the goddamn universe by now. It's just, I had somebody who left gaming and recently they're done. They were like, I'm pretty much done with gaming. I don't really feel like gaming too much anymore. They had entered gaming after Game Pass had started. And I was like, yeah, we're past the unsustainable part. Ruined gaming? I don't think so, man. I haven't seen anything. If COVID hadn't happened, we would probably still have a larger movie industry than we do. I think COVID accelerated some stuff. And movies and subscriptions have been around forever. And technically, you could say subscriptions were normal cable, which a lot of people will pretend isn't correct, but that is actually very correct. So all of your cable services were subscriptions prior to subscriptions becoming a thing. So in the movie or in the movie and TV show industry, I think it does adjust your expectations though. Like SoundCloud adjusted our expectations towards music and what you could buy and how you could buy it. But I don't know. What about you? Like, I guess to me, I see every day is changing my expectations. So I don't know. What about you?
For me, it's definitely not ruined the gaming industry. The gaming industry is still great, and we get more good games than ever coming out. Too many for me to get through, right? And it's as a service, it's good. It lets me play those games, and for so long as it is good for me, so long as it works out as a kind of value proposition, I'm going to keep using it. That doesn't mean that I think everything is better as a result of it, as a consequence.
Exactly.
There are things that we can't go back on, but back when I had like Sega Saturn, right? If you bought a game for that thing, you played it, and if the first 2 hours weren't very good, you still played it to find out when it does get good and to get the value out of it. And in games today, and this isn't like a Game Pass specific problem because you've got other services, you've got free to play games, you've got all these ways of consuming content. But if a game doesn't hit in the first half an hour, I'm probably never touching it again. And I don't think that's necessarily, I don't think that's as good. I don't think you get the same value out of an individual game as you would have done when they were more sparse, when scarcity was a factor. So it's not entirely better, but it's not something that we can reverse course and go back on either. So
also, games are front loaded now. I mean, you'll hear developers talk about it in GDCs all the time where they front load games in the last 10, 15 years prior to Game Pass, but also because of Game Pass, well, not Game Pass, any subscription, and just the way we imbibe games, even if you have no subscriptions, they front load games now, which wasn't as much of a thing in the past, where maybe they'd have that 1 or 2 second or 1 or 2 minute stinger at the starting, and then you would have a slower, you'd have that meandering moment where now it's called the MTV edit. And it's quite literally like, I remember, I think The Rock was the first, it's considered one of the first ones to have this, where you have this super hard action, the cut, and then you have your whatever. And games for a long time, they would have slow openings. They would have it. And it feels like I've noticed that. It's a little bit more of we need to capture the first 2 hours. And then you get Mafia 3'd like a sumbitch. Like Mafia 3, the first 6 or 7 hours of Mafia 3 is genuinely very good. And then it becomes the worst repetitive shell of itself, almost as if they knew. It's like they were like, we've tested this. Some, old crony in a room is like, we've got exactly 5.2 minutes longer than the expected time. Repeat yourself forever.
Yeah.
So, I don't know about you, dude. I think also gamers, I don't want to say gamers, sorry. I think consumers across the board have a ton of options, and those options have changed whatever we call gaming, which is sort of what you said. the gaming itself has changed. So it's weird if we all had the same thoughts we did 5 years ago, let alone 10, let alone 15, 20. I think that gamers and games have just changed. We get great content from some and not great content from others. That's sort of normal. Expectations have changed. You said free to play. I've played free to play games that have eaten 80, 90, 100 hours. And that's crazy. That is, I mean, it's free content. And that's not on a subscription. It's like a free to play game that turned out to be actually quite good. It's a weird world we live in, dude. I mean, when you think about it for our industry, because there's very few books you can get for free. There's very few movies you can go to the theater and watch for free. But in gaming, it's like there's actually quite a lot of games that are just enjoy yourself for a couple hours. And if you want to buy a skin where you're a crotchless fucking, pina colada glass, you can do it. I don't know how you'd be a crotchless pina colada glass,
No,
but you get my drift.
They all are. But maybe
they
books should
technically
explore
are.
it, right? Good point. Maybe books should start selling, giving away a free book, but just tearing out key pages and being like, "Well, that's an extra couple of quid."
Dude, you're giving me horror. Like that's such a. It's almost a nightmare. Is like the idea if you got to the really good part of a book. Imagine you're like that. Really, I've read books that are so like I can't go to sleep. I'm up. It's 3 a.m. The idea of like 10 pages being gone can you imagine that? It would be so crazy.
I don't want to speak it into existence.
Yes, please don't.
Right, just James. Do you play Final Fantasy XIV, or have you ever played Final Fantasy XIV, or even the version 1 before A Realm Reborn? Had to throw in a Final Fantasy XIV question. Have you played? I know you like your MMOs and you played a bunch of them. Have you done Final Fantasy XIV?
No, yeah, dude, I don't like the emo look. Most Final Fantasies. There's only been a very few I've liked. And an MMO plus Final Fantasy's look and structure just didn't appeal to me. I will say this. It's probably the best MMO I've ever heard of. I've not played, though. Other than the 1.0, like you said, once this thing changed, it's obvious that game is really good. I mean, it's not, I heard the starting is bad. Speaking of slow startings, I've heard I think one of the guys was like, dude, seriously, the first couple
hours or something.
Couple hours are not great, but that it just becomes this awesome, really enjoyable MMO. And I sort of wish I could play it, but I don't like the look. And graphics, and looks matter, man. Despite what your grandma told you.
Like it's an MMO, it's an MMO, so it opens for the character creator, and it is impossible to make a character that I wanted to play as. So that's a problem.
Oh, ouch. Was it do you mean it looked, wait a minute. Oh, you mean in the character? It wasn't like they didn't look like that when you played. You're saying when you were making the character, you just couldn't make somebody that represented whatever you wanted to put.
Yeah, and I don't necessarily go into a character creator knowing what I want to make. I look for inspiration as I'm going through the options and go, yeah, this is the character that I want to be in this game. And I couldn't get that from Final Fantasy XIV. I did push past it with a character I didn't like and play it a bit, but yeah, what you said.
Do you ever rail against the edges where you want to make a monster, you want to make a character that his parents would kick out and be like, dude, nasty, and yet they have the guardrails, and you try to make them. You're like, I just want to make this guy look like Fight Night 2, which, by the way, Fight Night 2, you could make ghouls. I mean, you could make some disastrous humans. And a lot of games I've noticed they put the guardrails on, and I don't know if that's a representation thing. But I've noticed a lot of games do that. So does Final Fantasy let you make some monsters?
No, it's very restrictive. Very restrictive on what you can make here. And no, I've got some hideous characters in various games, like slimy toad-like monstrosities becoming the king of Dragonstock or whatever. Yeah.
Dragon Age Inquisition, I did a full playthrough with Crimple Raisin. I have no clue. That was a weird name. But he was one of the ugliest characters I've ever made in my life. And it was so fun to see characters be realistic around that dude who was so ugly. I love the cutscene dichotomy when everybody's like, ta-da, we are going to crown the king. And you're 3 foot tall dude with the giant, weird head and huge ears shows up. And there's just something. It's almost like, bro, it's like Mel Brooks almost. It's like a Spaceballs or something where you're just like, I was not expecting that. That's great. Yeah, I love that shit.
This is a mean question, but you might have it laid down because I'm sure you've been asked this loads of times. So, Jeremy, quick, top 5 best games of all time.
I mean, yeah, they would change tomorrow, but okay. Top 5 games. I'll just say top 5 games right now that are like super, super heavy, and are like I always think about. Zillion for the Sega Master System, Space Harrier for the Sega Master System.
Interesting.
Dragon Force for the Sega Saturn. I'm just going up through Sega. I just realized. Virtua Fighter 2 for sure, not 1.
On the edge of my seat, seeing if we get a non-Sega game.
Oh yeah, I have a ton, but literally my brain got caught on that. I would say also, man, it's hard to say this, but I'll say it because I obviously spent time, but it's a girlfriend I'll never, ever, 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 ever sleep again. Is Mass Effect 1 was probably one of the greatest like first playthroughs ever. Icewind Dale, which is your Baldur's Gate guys, not this Baldur's Gate, but past ones. Yeah. Trying to think of anything recent. I mean, Ori is one of the best experiences I've ever had, and I'm not a huge platformer fan. And I would say, if I left gaming tomorrow to do something else, I would feel pretty goddamned blessed that I don't believe in, like, I'm not religious, but I mean, I would feel pretty lucky or fortunate to have ever played Ori and the Blind Forest. Because it's also one of the only games in history to ever make me feel something. I don't know. I don't feel I don't get depressed. I don't get like whatever in games. But Ori had the part at the starting with your friend, and I remember going like, damn. Oh no. Weird game. You would never guess this in a million years. I absolutely do think this. It's Longest Journey Dreamfall.
Oh, really?
Sure. One of my favorite games. Dude, one of the greatest characters, Chloe. One of the best replications of true depression in a teen, which I'm not some like hoity, like I'm not pushing that kind of stuff or even discuss it much. But there was something about it that I was like, I've seen this. And holy shit, did they nail that? And Life is Strange did a pretty good job of that too. But yeah, Longest Journey, Dreamfall is just fuck. That game is good, man. Did you ever play those?
No, some of the other ones that you said. I've not played Longest Journey, Dreamfall at all. I didn't like Space Harrier. That's the 6 year difference, whatever it is. You must have been.
Dude, are you talking about the get ready? And he gets up and he just runs forward. Come on, why?
I had that on the Atari
with the hexagons?
ST, and it was just too hard for me, I think. I don't know.
It was
Twin Dragon things would just destroy me.
I had a board right next to me, so I would play, die, smash the controller, play, die, smash the controller, and then I, for reasons unknown, and I think I already told you this, bit through my cable. I have no clue why.
That won't help you get through the level.
I hit it so many times, and I grabbed it, and I just went, and I pulled the cable out, and I remember going, what the? That was the last time I ever had a physical reaction in a game in my life. I don't know what I was thinking, but I remember the monetary cost of that joystick was well beyond any satisfaction I felt for biting and pulling the wires out. Like, what the hell? I mean, I was in like 7th grade or something.
And that was the inspiration for all of the wireless technology that we enjoy today. So thank you for Space Harrier.
Yeah. What about you before we go?
No, hell no.
Or do you got more? Feel free to go.
Blimey, no. So the top 5 or the top games question I find really difficult because I'm like you, it changes
I hate
all
them.
the time.
It changes.
Right?
Yeah.
The ones I kind of look at it as ones that have been most pivotal to me and kind of influencing my taste in games and stuff like that. So I've got Quake 3. I loved Quake 3. I put so much into that. Phantasy Star Online for the same reason. I mentioned that pivoted my journey into online adventuring, so I loved that one. Sometimes I'd say Sonic 2, which is again sticking Sega, but that was my first proper game that made me get consoles and stuff in the first place. It made me like I'd played games before it, but that was the one that was like, oh shit, I love this.
Did it have the voice at the starting Sega, or had they done this? Had they started?
Yeah.
Anyway,
what else have we got? So those are all like big ones. I still stick Astronaut's Call 2 in there because I put thousands and thousands of hours into it. It's not even necessarily a good game, but I loved it a lot. And something more recent. When I'm asked for one game, I cheat and I say Mass Effect Legendary Edition so that I can cram them all in there, which is definitely just a cheat answer. And my main inspiration for doing it, or I could say like Master Chief Collection or something like that. Just give me a bundle of games so that I can get more than one game in there. But there's so many. I love so many games. That's probably about 5. I'll take it.
Yeah, dude. I forgot.
Shining Force 3. Fuck, sorry. You had.
Oh
Dragon
my god,
Force.
I've got dude. Shining Force 3 is legit. Those I didn't know anybody. I'm sure you and I've mentioned the Shining Force series, but
I don't think we have.
That and Vermilion, Sword of Vermilion was Sega as well. There was a couple back in the day that were like never carried with the rest. You know, they never like sort of continued on that I loved. Man, Shining Force 3 was awesome. That was still Sega Genesis, right?
No, that was Saturn. That was there were 3 parts
was that
to
Saturn?
it, and only one part got translated and released in the West.
Oh, into English, right? Okay, now I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
But you can play 2 and 3 in English now. It all got fan translated afterwards, and they are so worth going back to. I love the Shining Force 3 trilogy. So yeah,
have they moved to Polygon?
Oh, loads of Sega stuff. So
had they moved to Polygon?
Yeah,
for,
they had. Yeah.
Shining. Yeah.
Sega
Saturn.
You had some sprites on the map, I think,
job.
but polygons for all of the combat moves and stuff like that. Yeah. Damn, loads of games. Didn't even mention
that's
any
the thing
Fantasies.
is like,
oh shit.
I don't mean to hold you back because we have been here for a while. I don't give a fuck. But I was gonna say Daggerfall. Also, you said something transitioned you. I think to consoles is what you said. I would say Daggerfall. I kicked a friend out of his own house because he had Daggerfall on the PC and I'd never seen it. And we were getting taquitos at the nearby 7-Eleven, and he was a D&D friend. We came over the first time I'd seen him in a while. And I was console guy, and he was always a PC guy, and I hated PC guys. I hate them. I still hate them. I don't like the elitism. I got a 4090. I've got, and that's why when you said, "Oh, people are going to say something," because you pick up on it, right? It's like it's a sign of this oddity that pops up a lot of times. You know, I only get 62 frames per second. Fuck off. And I walk in, and I see him going around. I see him walking forward with the sword, and it's all pixels, but it looks really good. And I remember sitting down on the edge of his bed, and I'm like, what is that? And he goes, oh, it's Daggerfall. And he started walking around. And I remember he did something. I think he went into a dungeon, came out. And I was like, well, how big is it? You know, because I was used to Phantasy Stars where you could see the map. Mm-hmm. And you sort of knew, especially with Phantasy Star, it was like, oh, here's this area. You have to get through some rocks and there'd be a bad guy there, something you couldn't get by until you got another story part. And he showed me the map. And I don't know if you know, I think you do, but Daggerfall's got that map that was like, they originally used procedural generation to make the seed. So it's bigger than like Europe. And there's like 8,000 dungeons or some crazy shit. And I remember he told me, and I couldn't understand what he was saying, because you ever hear the stories of like, oh yeah, these people didn't know what boats were. So when Vikings showed up, they couldn't see the boat, you know, all the bullcrap myth stuff. But I swear to you, I couldn't understand the numbers he was saying. Because it didn't make sense. I was used to 4 or something. And he was like, no, this dungeon, which took him an hour and a half for me to watch him play, which was bigger than the, 5 cities and 3 areas in Phantasy Star. And I kicked him out. I was like, dude, I need to sit down. And I sat down, and he went to 7-Eleven with Josh Cadiz, and he goes, and they came back, and he's like, okay, I want to play. And I'm like, I really want to continue playing. Can you do something else? I was sort of a dick. I wasn't like rude. I was sort of rude. So he watched shows, and I played. It was my first plus 20-hour sit down. I think I did 27 hours without. I mean, I took a piss, and then I ran back to that seat. I played 27 hours, and I went back home. I forgot to tell my girlfriend, I was in deep shit because she lived with me, and we had no cell phones. There was no there was no calling home because I forgot.
Daggerfall, yeah.
Presumed dead. Oh man, sorry, Amanda. But I remember Asa going home and just being like, I have to get that game. Like, I don't understand how that's even possible that game exists. And then I went and got a PC, ran it at 12 frames per second. That's what it felt like. I don't know what it ran at, but remember back in the day, man, you'd throw something up and you'd be like, well, let's hope. Let's hope I can play it without getting seasick, because of like 3 frames per second.
Yeah. And they were good times. No, that's awesome. So I think we've probably run for long enough to call this a podcast now.
When did we start?
It's been almost 4 hours.
Dude,
Nothing
this is the matinee. We'll start back up, man. We'll do a break like old Star Wars in the movie theaters where they get the reel and they put the new one up. Dude, people can sit around. No. What's the plan, man? So we did this, and then you got Luke is coming. Luke does it normally with you when you used to do it normally, right? Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, so it'll carry on Saturdays for the time being, for as long as I can run it then. Luke will be back next week. There's a couple of other people in the Discord that are involved as well. Sometimes I'll have a guest on, sometimes I won't. But that'll keep running. On the other stuff, I've got like games every day, community games going on, all kinds of stuff, starting to put videos together.
Yeah, you and Split.
Like Split stream, do you know that's
Demon.
Technically so
that's
difficult.
Fun.
Is it? It's hard work.
Oh, I wouldn't doubt it's hard work.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know about anybody else, but like looking at it, you can tell actually that how you have to put it together. So no, that wouldn't be something I want to do.
No, it's wizardry that doesn't have much of a payoff, but it is fun to do. So I'll just keep doing it because it's fun, right? Which is a fair reason to do a thing when you're playing games. So loads of stuff going on. If you're new to the channel or anything like that, please do subscribe and hit all the buttons that are good for people. That's much appreciated. But mostly, I want to say how much I appreciate you sitting there and spending 4 hours talking to me about games and stuff. You said you didn't mind how long it ran, so I took advantage entirely, and we just kept on talking. But I wasn't aware that time was going by like it has done. So it's been a good.
Honestly, I thought it was 2 hours.
2 hours,
and we'll have you on. We'll have you on Friday. I did want to do this one first because you had just got back from your trip. So I was like, I'll just do this one. And then we don't do many guests either. I mean, sometimes we do, but sometimes you just don't know what you'll talk about.
Yeah.
And it's like, I feel bad sometimes.
Like, as I've said to you in the background, anytime, just tell me on a Friday and I'll drop everything and be there because I enjoy the conversations. Yeah, for sure. Tell everybody here what you're up to at the moment, what they can expect from ACG, the 2 channels going forwards, and anything you want to say.
Man, dude, I feel like such a what's the term? I don't even know what the term is. I feel like I've said this I feel like I've said this a bunch of times and it hasn't come through yet because I started to become a perfectionist about it. So I've not canceled it. I've stopped myself from doing that. I was sitting on something and one day I looked at it and was like, dude, what are you doing? It's fine. Like, I don't know what I thought. I think I was thinking I was Michael Bay. I was like putting this video together, but I do have a couple review codes now. Finally, it's been quite quiet on the review code front. So, unfortunately, I can't say the review names. I think they're all under embargo, but I'm back onto that. We have the podcast on Fridays, which is the best gaming podcast, which it is not. And that is a joke. I want to make sure everybody knows that. It's because it's always got a technical error every time. And so Reg one day just goes, this has to be the best gaming podcast. And I was like, I'm stealing that. I don't care. SEO is going to work out. I'm done. Because I never take advantage of like clickbait or whatever. And when he told me, I was all, oh, dude, I'm taking that. That's awesome. So yeah, we spend about 4 hours. We cover science now as well. And, random shit at the end, maybe an hour. We'll have Asa on probably this next Friday. I got to look at the schedule, but I don't think anybody's coming. We'll have some developers on. And then on the main channel, ACG reviews. We just, previews. What do I do? Monthly videos? Oh, yeah, games of the month. Mm-hmm. Those are fun. Those are actually some of my most enjoyable ones. And that's what you'll see from me. But I also want to shout out a YouTuber or two real quick.
Yeah, go for it.
One is Cool Worlds, science YouTuber. Huge, doesn't need little podunk me saying is good. But if you like science, Cool Worlds has some of the best presentation I've ever seen in science videos. And he covers video game stuff. So if you want your dreams about Mass Effect travel ruined, watch Cool Worlds, because he will destroy the crap out of your dreams. He has annihilated every single quantum communication in Mass Effect. And he's like, no. And he's not a dick at all. He's actually insanely nice. He's just like, let's discuss why. And incredible, thoughtful videos about all kinds of science, as well as Kyle Hill. I want to shout him out. He's coming on the podcast. he said he's coming. I just haven't like set up the date, which I'm really bad at. But yeah, Kyle Hill's also one. Do you watch any? Do you have any
I've
suggestions
not heard
to me
of either of those. Oh, any YouTubers? No, I would love to be able to shout out more people, but I don't watch that much YouTube at the moment. So hold that, and I'll try and think of some good ones for next time I see you.
If you could
from Isla, Cool Worlds Lab. Is that the correct channel? Is that the one you're shouting out?
It is. It is cool. And Kyle Hill, you've probably seen him. He did like, what if the tall vampire from Resident Evil stepped on your head? Would it really kill you? He does a shit ton of videos on game stuff. Thor's hammer, or Kratos's hammer, like or axes, how much damage could it do? And he'll hire axe throwers to come. He'll freeze it and try to throw it frozen. He does a ton of video game stuff. Both of those guys are absolutely primo when it comes to gaming / science coverage, which I think is important because they're huge and they're not caught up in whatever every segment is. And so, so I would suggest by all means, please go and check them out. And Johnny Plays Live. Johnny's the co-host on the podcast. They're all great people, but Johnny's the only one who's an influencer / whatever. So go check him out. He does some great videos. But yeah, that's it for me. I want to say thanks, though. I appreciate you inviting me back. It's always fun, even though I'm long-winded as fuck. And I wouldn't want me on. But I appreciate you reaching out and saying, listen, we're going to do some charity.
It's definitely not how it went down, but no, it's been awesome. I've really genuinely enjoyed the conversation. Patrick has been a member of the channel, a top tier member for 18 months. And I said, good job, Asa. You're a wonderful human, which is true. I kind of am. Thank you for hanging out with Asa for 4 hours, ACG. This was fun. And it was.
Oh, yeah, we always have a blast, man.
We do. We'll have a blast on your channel next time as well. Like I say, next week if that's good, but if not, just whenever is cool. Thank you, everyone that's come through and listened or spoken or anything that you're doing. If you're watching it after the fact, grateful for all of it. I'll see you next time.
Peace out. Yeah, do that shirt.